Wow. All right. Hello, YouTube. Look, it's Dehya. She's wonderful. She's so strong that a non C4, although, okay. So, I guess I should preface this that, like, a C6 Dehya, I probably would have already cleared dire difficulty with C6 Dehya without it being that hard. I don't have C6 Dehya, though. I do have other high investment things. We are going to be using them. We're going to be using C2 Freenet. Spoiler. And quite frankly, I don't know if this would be doable without C2 Freenet for my account at dire difficulty. I don't think dire difficulty is something to get too focused on for most accounts. It's just right now the power level of my account, that's where it makes sense. And if that didn't make sense, anyways, I'll probably start with demonstrating this at fearless difficulty because so what this started with, this is not the Dehya team I have active now, is not the Dehya team. So the Dehya team is Dehya Overvape. We're going to try to use against dire mode, which against the cactus, and it's going to be similar to what I used in the Anefa video, wherein we're going to use Dehya. We're going to go to, I'm going to show it fearless first. We're going to use Dehya, Anefa, and Farina, right, at a baseline. And then we're going to use, instead of Bennett, right, because Bennett is like, yeah, it's Bennett and Farina combo. It's like a good amount of healing. You know, you get very good fanfare, blah, 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 blah. So someone messaged me after the Anefa video, and they were like, they gave me, basically gave a bunch of calcs, and they linked like they posted like on Reddit. I guess I could share their Reddit link. So this is one of those contexts where like a C6 Chevers is wanted here, but not, I think, necessary per se. So anyways, this is like a surprisingly low investment team, and like they did fanfare simulation and everything, right? So, you know, I guess I should start with showing the post. Let me go grab the post quick, 1 second. Let's see. Oh, I still have it open on one of my windows. Okay, here. So, I guess I should link this first. Bap. It's an old Reddit link. Deal with it. You can remove the old if you want the shitty mobile formatting that Reddit does. You can figure it out. I believe in you. Bap. What? Why? What? Okay, sorry. I'm trying to paste this in YouTube chat and it just doesn't let me. Does YouTube just like auto delete Reddit links? Does YouTube not let me share Reddit links? Oh, it was too long, maybe. Okay. Okay, maybe not. That's weird. There we go. Okay. Dunzo. Oops, I hit the hotkey to start recording by accident. Okay. So, Chevers is better than Bennett in this team, is the long and short of it. And here, let me bring up Bap. That's formatted correctly, yeah. Let's do it like this, and then I'll zoom in a little bit. So this was posted by Complete Ad 4233, the most bot sounding username ever. Sorry for insulting your username. I apologize. It's just a funny username. Anyways, they have a calc sheet linked here, whatever, and they calc a C1 Dehya with C0 Anefa, C0 Farina, at 82k DPS. And this is Fab Farina, HP Sands and Goblet, Catane R5 on Anefa, Chevers C6 on Favonius, with Song of Days Past. And I think Chevers C6 is actually like, no, that's not formatted properly here. There we go. I think Chevers C6 is very wanted here, in particular for the heal, but the way that the C6 heal lines up with Farina is kind of weird. But anyways, they did a full art, like, look at this mess here is average fanfare calculation. So yeah, that's pretty important to do with a team like this with weird fanfare generation. So anyways, and this was an updated thing where they forgot to factor in 10% resistance, and I didn't double check their calcs to be clear. I don't have a C1 Dia with the specific. I don't have C1 Dia, C0 Farina, whatever. I don't even have Catane, right? So I don't have the ability to test this exact specific team in game, and I didn't go and try to verify their calcs myself. I wish to asterisk that. But I did test. I have tested the team in game, and I do find it meaningfully better than Bennett. But one of the main things, and this is what they told me, is that so Chevers is giving you trigger overload, you get a 40% team wide attack buff, and that means you get attack for Dehya, but Dehya isn't fully attack scaling, so going full on into attack isn't like crazy important for her, but like she does scale with attack, so attack buffs are good. But she also just really likes, you know, damage bonus stats, which C6 Chevers gives. And then you have 40% attack for Anefa, and Anefa is doing a very meaningful amount of the team's damage in this team. So 40% attack for Anefa is pretty significant. There's no res shred because you're not locked to, you don't have a full overload team. We're doing over vape, right? And then they talk about the healing, whatever here. Like, she's just better than Bennett is the long and short, at least at C6. And without C6, probably not. But yeah, like, this is a freaking rain slasher Dehya, and there's like a little bit of weird uptime on like because Farina's variable Hydra application is what it is, it can make it so like sometimes you miss a vaporize on Dehya. That's just a thing with Dehya vaporize with Farina in general. Not really specific to this team, but it does happen on occasion. That's one of the things to optimize around gameplay wise. They have first rotation, second rotation, Farina fanfare calcs. But yeah, this reduces energy needs on Dehya quite a lot. Like ER required average 132%. Catane and Nefa is 100%, and then Farina is 160% with Fab Sword. Now, from the context of using this team in dire difficulty, a little more complicated. Because I don't know if you knew, dire difficulty, you start with no energy, and the cactus does not have any energy refunding mechanics. You do have the initial start, which can help you get like some Fab procs, but it doesn't. It makes things awkward, I can tell you. So I have tested in practice. Here, let me go. I'll go show this build, like just in case you don't believe it. Like Dehya can get her energy back with 135 energy with a non-C4 Dehya. C4 being the energy refunding constellation. And then we'll come back to dire. Think it could be worth pulling an F for Dehya? I mean, yeah. I think I said as much in. Oh, I didn't even see Vomfi raid. Sorry, you raided right as I was yapping about my thing as I started my stream. Thanks for the raid, Vompy. I did not even notice. Hello, Glorpers. How was your stream? I don't know if you're still here, but yeah, sorry, I was distracted yapping about Dehya. I wasn't looking at chat. Anyways, so 81k DPS thanks to Nefa. Okay, off. First of all, if you're gonna really misinform yourself immediately, fine. We have to go back. Did you look at the numbers? Oh, look, Dehya is doing 37k DPS. Anefa is doing 24k DPS. Farina is doing 16.5k DPS. Dehya is doing the most damage in this team. Like, I'm so freaking sick of people being like, it's thanks to Anefa. Like, it's a fucking team-based game. Like, did you know that Moika doesn't do all for damage without Bennett? I mean, she does damage without Bennett, mind you. Like, Dehya is, or Moika is a stupid ass character. But like, holy, is Farina on Tenacity in this calc? No, she's on Golden Troop. I don't know that Tenacity is better. I tested myself Tenacity Farina versus Golden Troop, and I didn't see there being a crazy difference. And that's with my C2 Farina, mind you. Where you would think that maximizing your Farina's damage with Golden Troop. This was in dire difficulty that I was testing. I was testing in dire, not in a generalized sense without the dire energy baloney. So, anyways, 81k DPS courtesy of Anefa. It's not just Anefa's DPS. It's not Like if you actually just don't understand the game if you think it's just an Nefa's DPS. I know the point isn't that, oh, this makes Dehya the best in Nefa team. Like, no, frick no, of course not. But like, if you like Dehya and I like Dehya, like, yeah, a Nefa is really good for Dehya as far as having another really compelling team option. This might just, as far as like low investment Dehya teams go, with like the fewest number of 5-stars, that makes for a compelling way to play Dehya as the main DPS. This is probably the most compelling lower investment Dehya team, but still kind of want C6, shivers. So yeah. Anyways, remember Dehya does off-field, like Dehya is a sub DPS while you're doing damage with the other units, and that's like one of the things that I think makes Dehya interesting is like, particularly with C2 plus at least, is her skill damage is going on and whatever. Like you'll see me getting like 80k vapes or ish, I think, from Dehya's skill in this team. I'm not kidding. Like when I activate the on-field skill, I should say. I don't remember what her off-field skill vapes at. So anyways, yeah, it's what off-field damage dealers do. Thanks. So yes, it's what off-field damage dealers do. Nefa will be a big part of the team's damage, and a big part of what I was testing yesterday was trying to figure out what build can get to the point of clearing dire difficulty on my account. With a C0 Nefa, she's level 90. Talents don't really matter, but she has level 8 talents. I have found that Staff of Scarlet Sands with this specific build, with a lot of ER, makes sense. And again, this is not what a Nefa normally would need. I went and did calcs to compare, because I have a lot of polearm billets. I was looking at, okay, should I go craft a Catane? Because Catane's energy refund would probably be really nice for Stygian. And Catane might actually still be better than Staff of Scarlet Sands, I'm not kidding, for Stygian, because like I can use a Gilded Dreams build instead of my 2-piece build. And the Catane build, when I calced it, if I didn't need a ton of extra energy with my Catane build, which I don't have Catane right now, so I couldn't actually test it in game, was like 10% worse than the build I currently have on her. So like my NF is doing 10% more damage than a Catane build, but a Catane build with a very low ER. But the problem is I don't know if a very low ER Catane build actually works in Stygian right now, and it would take a lot of time and farming of rocks mostly for me to get R5 Catane on top of leveling Catane up. So anyways, if a Nefa gets paid to shoot a Merc, yeah, for sure. Anyways, let's go demonstrate. Let's go put this back. Bap.
Okay, let's take a look.
Swap you out. Bam. Do this. I've usually found I like the rotation of well, the rotation is going to be a little whack in Stygian, mind you, because a lot of energy optimization in Stygian, but just Farina into a Nefa, into Dehya, you trigger a Dehya E once, you trigger a overload, you do Shiver's hold E, you can funnel those particles, which is important. You funnel those particles to Dehya, and you're kind of off the races. My Shivers, by the way, I have her on Favlance right now. Normally I have my Shivers not on Favlance, but again, Stygian optimization. I leveled up this cope piece for her yesterday, and then switched her to an HP circlet. So, yep, this is Shivers' build. She doesn't need to burst, and I tested Noblesse on her. The problem with Noblesse Shivers in this team, it has some upsides, like making it a lot more consistent to trigger, what's it called? I'm having a stroke. The Vav, right? But and then you do like Noblesse, Chevreuse, and that can benefit, Inefa's damage on top of Dehya's damage, and like it's good, but it's just a problem of the burst pyro is annoying. Is what I found. Like the problems with Dehya overtaking. Yeah, I still am not on my new computer because I'm dumb. The problems with Dehya I didn't switch the team. The problems with Dehya overtaking the Hydra aura because of Freena's variable Hydra application are significantly worse with Chever's bursting, because Chever's burst applies a lot of pyro. That's the long and short. Why, Chevy? I just explained it. You're gonna have to rewind. YouTube offers that feature, which is nice. I believe in your ability to figure that out. But there's also a link that was posted a few comments ago in the chat. If someone wants to share that again for them, but actually it might not let other people share it. It might only let me share it. Anyways, if you had it, would a Scofier weapon be better, or do you need the fab particles? That's actually a good question. I have no idea if a Scofier weapon would be better here than fab particles. I think I can tell you, I had some runs that were with this weapon on Chevers and a healing bonus circlet. It's weird. Like, I think the main problem is how well are you healing? Because, like, I remember I'm testing with a C2 Farina when it comes to dire difficulty. I think with non-dire difficulty, like with fearless difficulty, this shouldn't be a problem. So I'm having weird min-maxy problems from dire difficulty context. But, like, I did test this weapon on her, and I had similar-ish runs than Fav. Fav I just found ended up being more consistent. And if I didn't have C2 Farina, I'm not sure that would be the case. So I don't know. It would be something interesting to test if I had it, but I don't have it. So we don't have energy on you. That's fine. Tap. Do. Please get energy. Okay. I didn't burst on. Oops. It went invisible, mind you, so, you know. Like, you can see I got my energy back. Anyway, I don't know why I used my burst there. You saw I got the energy back, right? So, we can go fight something. Well, now I need my energy. But, wait, did I have her? I didn't have her on the ER timepiece, right? Yeah, no. That was 135 ER. Oops, can you not lag? God, I need to switch over to the new computer. Like, see, that's the kind of lag that I'm talking about, like, where why I think it's not a shader pre-caching thing, necessarily. Because, like, shader pre-caching should only happen when I came into this area the first time. It shouldn't be happening constantly again. Anyways. Alright. Okay, well, whatever. Teleport away, teleport back. So, anyways, we'll go to Stygian shortly here, but I think it's kind of incredible actually how low Dehya's ER needs can be in this team. Is kind of all it is. Okay, there we go. Yeah, let's go fight. I don't know. Let's go fight the hamster. Song of Days Past, worth farming for Chevy funsies. If you have C6, in my opinion, yes. I think I'm of the opinion that Song of Days Past is the artifact set to use on Shiver's C6. Because like Noblesse is annoying as shit. I like it causes like to be clear, if you're always playing Shivers in like a Shivers team and you have enough energy to burst consistently, Noblesse is good, but like oftentimes someone else, very often I find someone else is or can be on Noblesse in a Shivers team. And like I don't know. I very rarely find that it makes sense for me to have Shivers on Noblesse, or oftentimes if I have had her on Noblesse, I just end up having two characters on Noblesse if I'm too lazy to change the builds around. And it's just like, okay, Shivers Song of Days Past is, with C6 Shivers, is very much similar to, buffing wise, is similar of a buff to Team DPS as Noblesse is. It depends on the situation a little bit. But can also just make it so you never have to think about changing her build. So yeah, Kana's Dehya C3. So Dehya didn't get her energy back there, but remember I didn't finish the funneling for the starting the actual next rotation. And let's see. So what we should see happen is when I do a Dehya E, let's just go fight. I don't know, an enemy over here. When I do a Dehya, or when I do a hold E on Chivers, funnel that to Dehya, she should get her energy back. I don't know. I haven't meaningfully tweaked around a. Normally, I've been using a tenacity Inefa build, and I'll probably go back to using a tenacity Inefa build. There is a weird awkwardness with Dehya and Inefa in this team with her signature weapon, in that you want to make sure you don't use her skill. And that's kind of awkward for various reasons. In particular, it's awkward. This is one of the awkward things I've been finding trying to min-max, and why I was considering leveling Catane, or getting Catane, and maybe we'll do that, I don't know, is using your skill is ideal for Staff of Scarlet Sands to be able to keep up stacks of this buff for Inefa. If you don't have max stacks of this, is a much worse weapon option for her, and Catane can start to be more compelling, or just as compelling as Staff of Scarlet Sands. And just activating her skill can be an important component of that, right? But you don't want to activate her skill because that's what creates her shield, and with Dehya and her signature weapon specifically, she loses a bunch of damage if you have a shield on, which is annoying. You lose damage from the signature weapon, actually. Not only just that, you also lose weapon because you need to take damage on someone on the team. So Dehya, in case you don't know her kit, Dehya will take self damage based on, like, she will absorb some of the damage that other characters take, and that's what triggers this artifact set. So you can technically have a shield and still trigger this artifact set, but if the shield is on other characters, preventing them from taking damage, right? You know, you get the point. Point is, having a shield is bad for Dehya. Unless I did like Emblem Dehya, which that I haven't actually messed with. I maybe should go look at Emblem Dehya. But anyways. The Farina's on Golden Troop. I edited calcs manually, and Tenacity is 0.2% behind for that specific sheet. Yes, when I didn't say before, when I actually talked to them, oh yeah, we need to go do this wrap, and that should get Dehya burst back. Yep. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of incredible that you can have a team with Dehya with this low of ER needs. I definitely think Catane is just the way to go. The only reason I am considering trying to min-max around Staff of Scarlet Sands is I just don't have Catane right now, and it is a very, very good weapon option for her, but boy does it make things awkward. And currently I have Inefa on my ER timepiece, because this is kind of a ideal ER timepiece, funnily enough, for this specific context. And I have some really good two-piece combo artifacts that I'm trying to use to min-max the hell out of Inefa's build right here, in order to try to clear Dire. So we'll go show it at Fearless quick. I should be able to clear first try with Fearless, I think. But yeah, are you making a YouTube video? I might make this. Oh, I will probably make a video about this team, but I kind of want to do an open into the video being like, yeah, so I apologize if you're a Dehya fan and you skipped Inefa, because I'm basically just gonna talk about how this is Dehya's best team at the lowest investment level and might be her best team at the higher investment level too. So sorry if you skipped Inefa, but here's Dehya with some other high investment things going on, but here's a non-Z4 Dehya beating Dire difficulty. That's what I want to open the video with. So yeah, anyways, but yeah, anyways, Buzzsaw, your calcs with Tenacity match what the other person said to me. Were at the investment level they assumed Tenacity was behind Golden Troop, but just barely. I have continued to use Tenacity because I didn't really notice a difference in my attempts when I did Golden Troop Farina versus Tenacity Farina. So anyways, do this. It's okay, get an F on the rerun. Yeah, I think it's a strong consideration to get an F for Dehya. That's for sure.
Thank you for.
I still continue to be surprised how. I mean, this shouldn't be surprising me because one, I tend to like off-fielders. Two, I tend to like units that are versatile off-fielders specifically. It just do some off-field damage with relatively with relatively minor conditions. And I also tend to like electro units. So go frickin' figure that I like this character. I thought I wasn't going to find that many use cases for her. Hence the original intention to skip her. But boy, I'm glad I have her. Thank you, Sethos. I'd be sad right now if someone had told me about this Dehya and Nefa team, and I was just like, damn, why did I skip this character? Anyways, let's go here. Argue tenacity is still better because it's realistic at a higher investment than that sheet. Yeah, so for reference, builds right now, I do have Farina on a HP timepiece. I might switch back to optimizing with the ER timepiece. I do not know why. Oh, I know why. It's because Rosaria was using the golden true piece. Anyways, so right now I have Farina on this HP timepiece, on Fav, on 4-piece tenacity. She is C2, 74 crit rate, 141 crit damage, 207 ER. This in Stygian specifically, it seems like this slightly awkward energy situations sometimes. And like the less characters you have to like worry about the energy of, the better potentially. So I don't know. We might switch back to ER timepiece just because it might be a more pleasing experience. But my ER timepiece creates this look of a build, and that's fine. I think it is fine. But anyways, we'll keep on this for now. I am going to switch back to ER timepiece for Dehya as well, because again, Stygian problems. So build will look like that. And Nefa on her 2-piece build. And then Chevris is just going to be holy most of the time. Alright. But yeah, and I'm very optimistic right now about the potential for Ino to even not necessarily buff Dehya specifically, but substantially increase the circumstances in which Nefa is even more versatile, right? On a low investment level in particular, but on a higher investment level, Columbina might be coming out, might be Ino Pro Max Max. So, yeah. Anywho's, Dehya, Chevris. Okay. So we'll do that. Yeah, that's fine. All right. I sure hope with how close I had been getting like last night in some of my tests, I got to like the final 5% of HP. I would say, I was gonna say semi-consistently, but I don't know if semi-consistently might be a little bit generous. I got to the final 5-ish% of HP on the cactus several times with various build configurations. And the build configuration as it is now was the one I felt was most consistent. And, so therefore I would hope I can clear Fearless the first try here. I hope. Especially with the Nefa and Farina having buff in Fearless mode. But we'll see. I should have funneled those particles. One of the reasons I put ER timepiece on Dehya was funneling those particles to Nefa instead. I wasn't actually thinking that. Where is it? Oops, okay. Okay, fine. Do this. I didn't mean to do double either. Ah, crap, yeah. Okay, that's fine. Not that big a deal. You're gonna go on your shit, yeah. Okay. Look at that. Not gonna move? Okay. I'm pretty sure it does not make sense to use Dehya's burst here until it gets to the end. But yeah, at my investment level, it's a trivial clear of the EU weapon skin on Farina. Fine, we can resolve that. In my investment level with C3 Dehya, C2 Farina, whatever, C6 Shepherds is kind of a prerequisite. The other ones aren't. And like C1 Farina is, I don't know. It would be. I really wish this is one of those teams where I like, especially with like Nefa not really gaining anything from the damage bonus. This is one of those teams I'd really like to actually be able to test a C0 Farina at, like if I could toggle constellations, but they don't let us. So, you know, I think for most people, if you're going to try this team, you know, assuming you don't have the constellations on Farina in particular, Fearless difficulty is probably the difficulty to care about because, you know, dire difficulty is the high investment in some form difficulty level. But yeah, let's go into Fearless and do a couple attempts there and see if I can do things. I am probably going to shut up. I got to disconnect from this. So anyways, Fab looks better. Yeah, sure, I can do that. Does Luna upgrade his PC? If yes, the quality looks so good. That is not related to the PC right now, it seems like. I think because I am not on the new PC yet, because I haven't properly set up all the software things. I am hoping to get everything. I might not stream tomorrow in trying to just... I need to spend a day just be like, all right, get all my data that I need over to the new computer to like start doing streaming, get OBS, get the microphone interface, get all the plugins set up for my editors, my photo editing and my video editing, make sure microphone, everything works, you know, get everything set up properly in the new PC so that I can actually start recording. Like I won't have all my data necessarily transferred over immediately, but like that's a problem that can be solved like over time. Like transferring data doesn't need to be all done one day. So anyways, I just need to take like a day to do that, so I might not stream tomorrow and to try to actually get properly moved over to the computer, but the computer's working. Anyways, bitrate is higher. Yeah, I mean, when I moved a little while ago, I increased the bitrate. Why did I click that? So anyways, one of the really awkward things to optimize here is trying to keep up uptime on Staff of Scarlet Sands buff on an Nefa at dire difficulty while also managing the energy for everyone. So, like, the gameplay there in the Fearless attempt at Fearless was not very good. I know the things I did wrong, but it doesn't really matter because it was Fearless difficulty for the damage I was doing, at least. Here it does, and there's a lot of min-maxing around it. And again, like it's so weird how like dire difficulty in particular really f's with the kinds of things you have to do with your builds in a way that makes it really hard to be like, yeah, the best build on Dehya or Farina is this. It's like, I don't know, it's just it's awkward. Dire difficulty is almost madness inducing, and I will say this team is some of the most annoyed I've been with starting with zero energy in Stygian. And like I strongly feel, considering they're doing all these bosses with like hyper specific mechanics, one of the things that I think made the energy situation not really a problem in the previous Stygian is that two of the bosses had energy refunding mechanics, and the one boss that didn't have energy refunding mechanics had another mechanic that made it that like the energy start wasn't really that problematic, generally speaking, relative to the characters and teams that made sense at all for it. Whereas like this Stygian is much more flexible in many ways, but then also still really frustrating in that like, so there's a lot of teams that work less well against some of these enemies here than they could just because of the no energy start. So anyways, let me take a drink. Why Shivers on a Cactus team? Rewind! It's also on a Dehya team, not a Cactus team. Anyways. I'm gonna shut up mostly. Didn't mean to double either. 5 on Shivers. Where is he? Is he? Yeah, that's not it. Not ideal. This is already a bad start, I can tell you. But. Don't like the energy situation on her. Okay. How do I not have energy on you? I think. See, this is the awkwardness I have found with optimizing this. You can see the energy situation is annoying. W this fine. So yeah, that was not one of the good attempts, I would say. But yeah. Anyways. Gotta pin a message in YouTube chat about C6 Shivers. What's with Chevy C6? How do I pin a message? There we go, right there. I'll leave it here for, I don't know, 60 minutes. Let's see. Okay. Where's my YouTube chat window? There we go. There you go. For all the peoples. Go have a reads. Alright. Pin those messages. Bam. There we go. Okay. Let's get to trying to do this. So at least I don't know. I am not actually, I'm not 100% confident that like I can actually clear Dehya as this team is currently configured. Trigger Fab? No? Okay. Well, whatever. I think that Fab trigger at the beginning probably matters, but anyways, yeah, I think that Fab trigger at the beginning matters. I'm not 100% certain I can clear this at Dehya difficulty as currently configured, but I feel like there is some configuration and gameplay situation that will get me there. Okay, got a Fab trigger. All those particles. Okay. We overtook the pyro guy there. The Shivers Fab triggers. Oh, the Shivers Fab triggers. Bruh. R5 Fab. Oh my god. Okay, see, Farina now and not having energy. This This is why I have 250 ER on Prina. You can blame me. 90k vape. Good vape on that, whatever. Please. Oh my god. No. It's already a cooked attempt. We lost so much time in that. Stop interrupting me. Oh, it's so funny. Like, it's so funny. Like, I honestly think it's possible that Rain Slasher might be better than Dehya's signature weapon here because of the anti... Well, no, the... what is the ideal? I don't know. I need to mess around with probably an emblem build at minimum. Because the shield causes problems, right? Both of the artifact set on Dehya and her signature weapon, but it's just whack. I don't think 82k DPS is enough to clear this, to be clear. But again, I feel like there's some configuration of something available to me that could potentially clear this. And what I am currently leaning towards potentially trying, because of how often it's just like, god damn it, I just don't have an Nephis burst back. And by the way, I did test a Nephis build that had 10% more ER than this build. I have the same problems with minor Anepa downtime in her skill, or in her burst, sorry. Good. This, this. Okay, nice. There's 100k vape on the skill. This. Product duck. Bruh, I didn't trigger 5 on Traverse. No, I really wanted to burst there. Okay, well, whatever. You don't do this now. Okay, I think it's this one. Oh, I already had it back. Dang it. Okay. I think I missed with Shepherd's skill. No. No. So, oh my god. Can you see the energy problems? I didn't have an Ever burst when I need it back. Ah. Why do you skip an FSC often? No, an FE is really bad in this team. I lose basically all of the artifact set from the 4-piece bonus on Dehya and the 32% HP from Dehya. The shield is bad. The shield is bad. It's bad in this team. It's bad in this team. It's bad in this team. Anyways, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, solid stat stick. Hey, Mies got a gifted sub. Hey, there you go. Mies got ad-free viewing. Anyways, okay. Last 3 tries, you got stun locked. Okay, losing like 30% of my damage on Dehya. Off. Fine, we'll use her damn skill, and you'll see Dehya's damage go from she gets 100k vapes to get 60k vapes. I'm not kidding. No, I meant to spawn that to an ever. Whoops. Whatever. Wait, it's to demonstrate. This is not a real attempt here. We're demonstrating Dehya damage. Still got reverse back fine. Okay. Did I use her skill? I forgot to use her skill. No, I did use her skill. Okay, good. Yep. Okay, we're not. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we... I think we triggered the artifacts out there, so we were fine. Because we had taken damage before. Okay. Yep. Yeah, we got a 60k bait there. That's when it was a resistance as well, mind you. Okay. I mean, it's... I will give it's not that much worse. Like, this is like where I was mentioning before, where like I think with the you gotta where I'm coming from. With Emblem, because I mentioned this before, with Emblem, might be better to just skill and then have the interruption resistance. But remember, Dehya's skill gives interruption resistance. I just have to be able to get Dehya's skill out. Like, the times where you said I got stun locked were relatively minor. The bigger problem was the energy uptime and not having, like, enough as burst before. Anyways, the other thing is, like, yes, I think with an Emblem build, maybe this makes sense. Maybe. I'm not sure because, like, her skill damage does matter here. And the 4-piece bonus on this set is giving her skill damage that's meaningful. So, it's weird. But anyways, yes, being stun locked matters and can be a damage loss. But when it comes to min-maxing around, like, I'm just barely not reaching that last, like, 5% of damage I need, you kind of got to min-max every little tiny fucking bit of damage you can get. And that means you're min-maxing your gameplay around trying to avoid getting stun-locked with how the Cactus's abilities is targeting and trying to get Dehya's skill up in time before getting stun-locked and not having a shield up, because getting the shield up is a damage loss, right? Like it doesn't make sense to use the shield from a complete min-maxy damage perspective. There's no benefit to it if I can avoid getting stun locked, right? And so from a gameplay optimization level, I should avoid using the shield here. Does it always make sense to avoid? Will there be points where it potentially makes sense to try to use here? Maybe. That is potentially an optimization path to make things at least maybe more consistent. But it's not a just obvious given just to avoid the stun locking in this case. I believe it's here. Okay. Please get the pyro. Oh, you get hydro. Okay. Wasn't up yet. Fine. See, there we got the skill out before it even did the stun locking ability. Therefore, it don't have to frickin'. There was no benefit of the shield there, right? I need a fab trigger. Okay, that took way too long. All right. Oh crap. Okay. I'm gonna do this here. I don't know if it makes sense, but here. How am I not? What did it move? How did I not trigger the shield at all? By the way, there I was attacking the mustache one, right? Why, Severus? Look at the pin. Ah. Not being fast enough doing this. See, Severus. Duck. Really good. We got the bad particles on you. Do this. Yeah, that would happen. That ain't not ideal. Wait, did I not Farina E? I swear to God, I Farina E. All right, that's what that happened. That's what happened there. Solid stat stick. Subscribe to tier 1. Wait, did you not subscribe yourself before? That's funny. Thank you again. Oh, what am I doing? Bring. Oh. Could this team clear Abyss, you think? I'm at dire difficulty right now. Yes, I can clear Abyss trivially. I wonder, wait, can this team clear both sides? Yeah, this team can clear both sides, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, sorry. Should we take a break and do an Abyss clear? I forgot Chiversy. Might not really matter when I do it, honestly. But. I haven't gotten a good vibe, by the way, on whether or not it's better to Inefa Q before Perina Q, and I've mostly just been doing it based on whatever one seems to be up at a better time relative to their energy totals, like right here. Just Perina EQ and then Inefa's Q is back, right? That's determined the order more than anything. Yeah, see, didn't need to avoid interruption there, so no reason to have a shield up there. Can I switch? Why can I not switch? Okay, whatever. Not gonna move, okay, do this. Why are you not taking? Did you moved? Oh my, kill me. I actually don't know where it is. Right here. Okay. How did you not take any shield damage yet? This happened again. No, this is a good attempt to. Oh. Whatever. This is obviously a cooked attempt now. Legally obligated for whale over Dehya cons? No, my goal is to get Dehya constellation. What am I doing? My goal is to get Dehya C6 without whaling. That's part of why I'm saving my primo gems and whatever. But anyways, we'll see what happens. I don't know why I didn't E already in there. Anyways, the one thing I don't know, if anyone watching wants to try to pay attention to some of these attempts, and try to watch. So here, I'll show. So Staff of Scarlet Sands has these little 3 symbols around, right? We want these 3 symbols ideally basically all the time on an Nefa. And the goal is to make sure they're up. You only get those symbols when skill damage hits when you're on field with the character. So that's one of the weird optimizations here with Staff of Scarlet Sands, and again, part of what makes me think it might be better to optimize around Catane rather than Staff of Scarlet Sands. So try to like watch for me what my uptime is on that, because I haven't like gone to the point of watching back my footage to check that. Okay. Oh, we got it back. Nice. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Whatever, it's probably not that big a deal. Okay, not great. We'll use our skill here, I think. That was a little weird rotation-wise. I don't have... No. Okay. You know what? Let's go take a brief break. We'll just use... I don't feel like reconfiguring anything. I could in Abyss, I can and should go and put Dehya. Well, you know, we'll put Dehya on the attack time piece at least, because again, a big part of the value, and I think fun of Shiver specifically here is reducing Dehya's ER needs to a degree where a non-C4 Dehya, not C4, no energy refunding, can consider using an HP or attack time piece, despite her usually in non-mono pyro contexts wanting to use an ER build. Katana and Nefa, you kind of need to go Emblem MHD anyways, right? Why? I don't think you have to. Why would Katana and Nefa necessitate Emblem Dehya? I know here. It's because of Katane. Oh, I don't have Katane. Katane does not say you have to use your skill. Katane says when a skill hits. And Nefa's skill, when you cast her burst, it summons her skill like Oz, right, with Fischl. And so her skill will hit just by using her burst and will trigger Katane passive without having to use her skill. So you can avoid the shield with Katane. So anyways, which side should we do? Obviously the main, I'm going to do the first side, not because like, oh, cactus chilling. I think we could probably do both sides, and maybe we'll do both sides. But, I think the more interesting thing is just seeing the AoE damage potential here. Is my thinking. Bap. Second side, I'm just gonna do something to brain off. I don't feel like thinking. I was gonna select the Veresa Shivers team, but we can't do that. What do you play with Veresa? It isn't a Shivers team. Sorry, no. I mean, I could do Shan Yun. I haven't done Shan Yun. Wait, we don't have Farina. Wow, the characters want the same characters. Wait, we'll just use Skirk. We'll just brain off Skirk. Wait, that one's Farina too. Well, envy. Oh, you know what we could do? We could do Overburden Chlorinde. That's what we can do. All right, that's a lot of 5 stars, but whatever. Oops. Shilonen has the wrong artifacts for this right now, but it'll be fine. Just woke up. I am effed. Good job, Resh. But yeah, so I don't know. I am very tempted for the, like, it's possible Katane might just be the missing piece right here, because flat energy refunds in Stygian can be really valuable potentially to help me just get my that first burst a lot quicker. That functionally might just meaningfully improve damage output. Like, it might be 10% worse on paper, but 10% better in practice because of the energy refunding being so good.
Care for a dance.
Anyways, Bap.
Dance with me.
Ow. Okay, crap. We have successfully ungrouped everyone, as is ideal. Wow, so on to the arena again, Bap. Obviously, in an AoE situation here, our Hydra application is not going to be as consistent. So, Alright, bap. Do that. Bam.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Darn. No sub-minute clear. Oh, I probably could have waited to... Okay, our energy in the next chamber is going to be a little scuffed, but... Aggro Veresa. Yeah, I guess we could have done Aggro Veresa. I should have done Burn Veresa. Oh. My brain. You forgot. You had an opportunity to do something fun. I don't know why I didn't emulate you. See, that's why I needed to emulate cube. Really? Really? Ow. Also, I almost died on the ground there. We can hit it, please? Yes, pick up. Okay. I did use you. Okay. Why am I going up? Okay. Hitbox on the hamster is indeed quite funky. Oh, yep. Great. That. I'm gonna do this while it does the spinny move. Alright. Enemy is Dender resistant too, by the way, so. Crap. And we're done. Alright. Yonson versus the enemy is funny. There's many character abilities that just move a little bit and they just fly upwards on that thing to the point that like I feel like most teams I end up playing end up having some kind of jank experience fairly often with that thing. Alright, funnel some energy to you. Leave your skill because you kind of have to. Alright, bam. Alright, I believe we can kill these buttholes. Yep, good. Got the teleporting ones. Okay, and let's do this. Bam. Aw, way over here. Oh, I wasted the skill. We can start with this. Why switch targets there? Second one. Okay, this is not ideal grouping situation, but these enemies are kind of just. I know you can manipulate them in some way, but these enemies are kind of just really RNG for their grouping, I'd say, most of the time. My vibe. Wing. Like Sethos just shooting through them all. Yeah, Sethos is really enjoyable, this Abyss. As long as you can bring Hydro in, of course, with Cactus. Get our burst back. Wing. Dehya is a huge Fruit Loops enjoyer. Yeah. What artifacts is this Dehya on, and what are you feeding her? We're feeding her the pinned comment. You can go look at the pinned comment. To be clear, I am using Inefa on Staff of Scarlet Sands right now. I'm using the dire build. Dehya's on attack timepiece on her 4-piece signature artifacts at C3 with her signature weapon. So like this team is performing better than I think many people will maybe end up experiencing, but not to a degree where I think this would not function on a lower investment level. I don't think most people are going to try to clear dire difficulty like I am today. That's let's just I guess. Bap. Brina does not have energy for some reason. Bap. Go. And let's kill it. Pin comment is gone on Twitch. Wait, what? Why? Pin. I literally said put it up for 60 minutes. Manually unpinned. There we go. Fine. Okay. I said make it go away after 60 minutes. Alright. I don't have to fight this thing with this team. I don't think it's necessary because we were mostly just playing the first team, but I need to practice climbing the pillar manually. Wait, actually, oh no, Emily is short female model. We can climb the pillar. Tall female model is kind of awful to. This is almost a team that can't climb the pillar manually. That is. Thankfully, we have Emily. Oops. Let's do this. Oh, it was still there? Oh, okay. I'll take it. Alright. Wow. Why not climb the pillar with Shalonen? Because screw their mechanic. But genuinely, I actually wanna practice. I want to continue practicing the manual climb, regardless of if I have a character that can climb it or can bypass it the intended way. Now let's do second side. Because it's mostly, well, okay. Pyro resistant. So it's, I mean, this is not ideal, I would say. This is not an ideal team for the second side. I think it'll be fine. Gotta hit stop. You know what, we should start with a Neph like I was in Dire, because I think that's ideal for getting Staff of Scarlet Sand stacks, but I'm definitely gonna move. I don't know, Staff of Scarlet Sands is too annoying to have to think about min-maxing on her most of the time, in my opinion, so I'm not gonna permanently use that on her, I don't think. It'll just be a Stygian Onslaught min-maxing weapon for me. Okay, and then first side, I don't know, let's do... Should I brute force with... I've never tried brute forcing with specifically Raiden in this abyss yet. If I make something work with Raiden and... I'm not using Freena. You know what? I'm sorry, I'm gonna be lazy. I'm gonna brute force with Skirk. Actually, brute forcing with Skirk without Freena might be a little weird, but I don't know. Let's see what happens. Let's just see. And we'll use Charlotte, because why not? Can't stop me. I just don't want to have to think that much about the first side.
Care for a dance?
I have no idea if Yealon's on her full power build or not. Chupon. Why did the charge die there?
Care for a dance? Dance with me! The show only just begun.
I can't tell if Yealon's on her power down build or not. It doesn't matter. Was she getting like 11k? That seems not. That seems like it must be powered down. In a post-Nefa world, do you like Chlorind or Sethos more? I mean, I think they're enjoyable in completely different ways, gameplay-wise. If you're asking me who I recommend more, I mean, Chlorind is an easier character to play than Sethos. I think Sethos is more enjoyable if you like learning how to optimize your gameplay and like having creative build options on characters. Chlorind is a lot more simple of a character. It's not a bad thing. It's just is. Karina should help with this. Hearing the duck. I can't really control Dehya's direction properly to prevent this from teleporting, unfortunately. Okay. You know, I'm just gonna use a shield here. Okay, well, whatever. Whatever, we just wait for it. I did me first and I wasted all the particles. Ah, frick me. I didn't funnel the particles. Dumb. Whatever. I'm just gonna save energy for the next chamber. It's got a way up. This Abyss is enough for shilling to this extreme? Not really, but if you feel that way, sure. I mean, is it enough of shilling? Yes. But also we're using enough on the second side, so like, you know, I don't think this Abyss shills Anefa anywhere near to the extent the previous two Abysses shield Skirk and Escophier. As far as shielding Abysses go, this one's like one of the least bad I think we've had. This for teleport. Chupow. Wow, we didn't even 2 rotate. Shingle. Alright. Farina on a power down build? No, not right now. She's on a power maximize build because I was trying to clear dire difficulty. What do? We do this. Oh, I wanted to never burst. Frick. Oh, whatever. Actually, I should have Dehya burst. That's what I should have done. Because now I'm just doing nothing. Will we get through it regardless? Nope. Wow. That's just rude. I must admit. That's just rude. Kave fearless win? Oh, that may take longer. I'm sorry. Kave is a substantially worse character than Dehya. But Kave dire difficulty win. We'll see how the there's a bloom boss next patch, right? So you know, if there's ever a chance, it's gonna be that one. You know, I'm gonna do this. Why? Because I can just go with this. You were just joking? I mean, you were joking, but I'm not. I don't know how close it will be. I haven't fought the new boss yet. It might be doable. Might. Okay, let's... you know, I really should have an FAE there. That was a little dumb. I kind of forgot one important component there. We got through it regardless. Okay. Do this. Alright, hello, chicken. Please. There we go. Oh, don't put Dendro on yourself, you butthole. I'm gonna cause itself to burn. That may miss much damage. That's fine. Bam. Up. Wait it out. We probably want energy for the next chamber anyways. Wing. Siege Queen been benched? Kind of, yeah. I haven't found much reason to, or potential desire to play her. Like, one of the reasons I wanted to play her before was with Dehya. But I now have multiple other Dehya teams that I prefer in the last years worth of units that have been released specifically. Like both Seat Lolly, Anefa, Eon Son all make for more compelling and enjoyable teams for me to play with Dehya, in my opinion. So Chevy in that team for C6? Yes. You kind of want C6 Chevers. I don't know how... Like, Bennett is probably better than a non-C6 Chevers. Chevers C6 is definitely better than Bennett, from what I can tell, and spreadsheet seems to match that expectation as well. But I don't know. I don't know if a non-C6 Chevers is better than Bennett. It might still be quite compelling though with a non-C6 Chevers. I can't test that. So. Ow. Wait, did it move? No, it didn't. No! It moved. I might not get through a shield. Right. Ow. Crap. I didn't die. Stop jumping. Oh my god, really? Wow, that was a pretty terrible clear. Chaska or Mualani is more versatile. I'm of the opinion that Mualani is more versatile because she uses less units. She tends to like units for her teams that are less likely to be used for other teams, I would say. But if Hoyoverse ever chooses to release better Hydra units in the future that can compellingly replace Farina and make for more interesting team compositions with Chaska, that might change, is my vibe. I'm gonna shield here because I'm afraid. Well, yeah, Dehya can probably tank the damage. It probably wasn't necessary, I guess. Can I not? Okay, oh, whatever. That took way too long to get our burst back. Did I not hit with a skill? Oh my god. I didn't hit with Shiver's skill. No! Bruh! Not the perfectly awkward energy. No, and that Shiver skill miss. No. Well. I don't care. Sue me for using the C6 once every century. Wait, he moved. Whoops. Wait, what? Am I attacking the wrong one? I am. What the frick? God damn it. Stop it! Bruh. We're gonna fail to get through again, it's fine. I don't have the Elam burst up. Well, good job. Hey, can you frick off? I hate this enemy. I don't actually hate it that much. I think it's fine. As far as shield bosses go for a particular archetype, I think it's actually relatively okay designed. I much prefer it compared to some of their other bosses they've designed lately, that's for sure. I just kind of don't like how much it stalls. Yeah, long worth getting it by C6 Xingqiu. In my opinion, if you're willing to invest in a, like, heavily invest into Xingqiu, generally speaking, no. Yelan's one real meaningful advantage, I'd say, in the current state of the game that she has over Xingqiu is shorter rotation times with an 18-second, rather than 21-second restriction. So, yeah, that's where it's at, in my opinion. But she is compelling for a Scopy 18 context in various forms, so, you know. Take it for what you will. Bruh, Fav! Do I have Fav on Shivers? What is happening? Bruh! Wow! Huh? No, sorry, I just gotta keep attacking until I see a Fav. What in the ever-living was that? She has like 28% currently. I wish to, on an R5 Fav, I wish to disclose that. Are you doing abyss runs right now? I mean, yeah, yes. Okay. Frick it. I want to get through this shield. I'm sick of it. You just dodged my C1. You absolute prick. Can I seriously not get my energy? Oh my god. Wow, I got through it. Wait, I didn't get through it. What? Oh my bruh. This enemy. Why did I bring... I should not have brought skirt to it. Oh. Here I thought a C6 Yelan would be... This is my experience with C6 Yelan. It's just not very good. Here, I'll actually use the ability, though, to be fair. We'll see if it matters. Okay, absorb this early. I swear to God, I was like, absorb this early before it moves, and then it moved. Like, what? It moved again, didn't it? While I was in the freaking burst animation. It did. You absolute prick. Stop it. I still didn't get through it. Oh my god. I kind of would have rather had Candace here at this point. It's probably not better, mind you. Probably. What weapon are you on? Why? Like, what happened? Why do you have no energy? I think you're on a 150 energy build, that's why. But. Case in point for part of the problem of Yelan's value is it's hard to actually damage maximize her. Because her ER needs are high when she's solo hydro. Yep. What the funnel fat particles doing over there? Where's your energy? What the frick? Okay, see, this is why I run 300 million ER on everyone. Oh, this. Don't have to worry about getting whacked. Oh, of course, I immediately make it. This way? Okay. Crap. Uh-oh. Please. No. What did I screw up? I screwed up something, clearly. Ah! Okay. I screwed up something. What was it that said this was a shill? This abyss is just shilling an effort too hard. Clearly. Why'd you stop fixing viewers' accounts? Did I stop? I may not have stopped. But I don't know. I don't know if I'm ever going to post that edited video I recorded. At this point, I might just transition to doing it in live streams. That's my current intention. Is I will try to get in the habit of doing it in live streams. But why did I stop? Because it's the same goddamn video every time, and because most people just wanted me to do their work for them. And the point of it was to try to help people learn things about a video game that I think has enjoyable combat. And most of the time, that's not what I think people came into the videos for. So, anyways. You added Dehya? That's the issue. Yeah, sure. Anyways, you want to fab twice on Chevy in a rotation? Yes, that would be nice. Yeah, yes, I do want to do that. That is probably what I missed. I'm attacking the wrong one? What? God, this freaking boss. This boss's visual indicators for when it's moving, in particular, like, after the initial move, at least, I don't think that was the problem there, mind you. I'm just, like, saying, like, the fact that you're, using burst animations and then the visual mess of, like, 5 billion numbers in the screen, the way that this boss visually indicates its movement does not freaking work for how the other visual effects in this game work. But that was not the problem before. That was just me being dumb, clearly.
surely a C6 Galon can get through the shield. Does C1 just not work against this thing? I swear to God, it seems like C1 just did nothing there. I don't know why I used reverse there. You stop moving. Alright, surely. Oh my God. Holy crap, I got through it. It's actually possible to use a C6 Galon to get through this stupid shit. Wow. What a great character. Anyways. Why no Farina? What do you mean, why no Farina? We're not testing Skirk right now. I don't think I triggered 5 on Farina, on Shivers, god damn it. Ugh. I do not like Fab Shivers. Bruh, I literally can't trigger Fab. I swear to God that she has like 25 to 30% crit rate. Like, I'm actually losing my sanity with her and Fab right now. Whatever. I got close enough before. I don't feel like doing this. I don't feel like doing the automaton right now. Yeah. F you game. Like, bruh, it's an R5 Fab with 30% crit rate. I maintain that. I think Fab was a design mistake. I think mini characters would be designed differently and have the game's energy system would be less cringe in general with mini situations if Fabs just didn't exist. So many things have to be balanced around the fact that Fabs do exist that I think it actually just creates a problem. And like, anyways, just press Q. No, her Q causes problems. I don't feel like discussing that again, but it applies like 5 billion units of pyro, and 5 billion units of pyro, it causes problems in trying to actually get vaporizes on Dehya. 30 crit rate isn't a lot. I didn't say it was a lot. I didn't say it was a lot, but R5 Fab, if I whack 3 times, 1, 2, 3, that's actually 4 hits. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. You expect on average that should trigger Fab. On top of the fact that this happens. It's simultaneously not a lot, but also relatively consistent at triggering Fab. It should be. So, like, with an R5 Fab, mind you. It's a 100% chance. I just need to land a crit. Anyways. Like that one sequence there where I went freaking 15 seconds without triggering Fab is absurdly different. It is absurdly unlikely. It was stupid. The sequence there where I didn't trigger Fab just annoyed me, and it was just like, you know what, I give up. I'm sick of trying to optimize around Fab and Abyss. It was enough damage there that it was very clear I could have cleared if I wanted to. I just don't feel like it. Anyways, Fab. Slowly running out of crystal flies, and that makes me happy because I won't have to use them next patch. So anyway, you're right. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I mean, I didn't say you were wrong. Like, I don't think this is a low amount of. I don't think this is a high amount of crit rate. I would love to have this artifact, but with it trolling me with it not trolling me. Sorry, by actually giving me crit rate rolls. Like, I would strongly prefer that. Would have loved to have crit rate here instead of, yeah. I would have loved that. But I don't. Anyways, and this is kind of an ideal piece. This is not ideal, but it kind of is needed to get me to 40k HP. So at this point, the way I improve this build is by farming, strongboxing for a timepiece and goblet that have crit rate substats, or crit rate substat rolls specifically. So I'm at 40,092, and I still need flat HP rolls to keep 40k HP. Fab Shivers builds are pain. They're actually pain if you don't want to burst every rotation at least. But bursting every rotation also requires leading her on field a little bit because you have to trigger Fab while she's on field. So anyways, I don't know. Oh, I don't have anything to give. Oh, I haven't farmed artifacts yet. That's why. Fine. Let's take a brief break. We'll go farm artifacts, and we'll go back to Dire. Let's go farm artifacts, and we'll dump the garbage into... And all of it's going to be garbage. And we'll dump all the garbage into Strongbox, and we'll get like 2 artifacts out of it, and maybe that'll be a goblet with crit rate, flat HP, and a timepiece with crit rate, flat HP. And they're both going to be 4 lines, and they're going to roll 15% crit rate, and we're going to suddenly have a 50% crit rate Chevers, and it'll be happy days. Surely. Did Dehya beat Dire? Not yet. I showed it. I had the one attempt that got to like 5%, and I think that one attempt that got to like 5%, if I had energy on an F at the end there, would have potentially gotten there. It would have been close still, but like I'm so close, but so far at the same time. Is what this has felt like so far. Guarantee right now in character ban. I wanted to know if I should pull either Chaska Mualani or I should wave the nod cry characters. How are you not dead? There we go. Do you want Chaska Mualani? I think is the most important. Like, how badly do you want? How badly do you want Chaska Mualani? Because, like, Lauma is Nahida power creep, and therefore is quite good. And then Lauma is also likely to be a best in slot support for a future Nod Cry character. Not guaranteed, but likely. We'll probably find out on like the last day of this patch, if that's the case. And then healing bonus circle with crit rate, but not HP, almost a shed piece. Yeah. What's the thing? You missed basically all of Natlan. There's still a point in getting them. I mean, I didn't get most Natlan characters in my casual account, and I just got Mualani, and she's going to be valuable there for me. But like, I didn't really try to get her. It was just a random. I was trying to get Bennett copies, right? So I don't know. Like, if you're, I'd say probably not Chaska, unless you really want like an exploration unit. For domain farming, you know what? You know what's funny? I think domain farming is this is gonna be a weird comparison. Domain farming, as weird as it is kind of, as far as builds go for like energy needs, is kind of similar to Stygian Onslaught. Like where you end up wanting to bias towards having a lot of energy for burst reliant teams to work well for damage output. Just so what the f do I do with this? Okay. Okay. Why is Chev in this team? Pin comment. Go do some reading, or you can rewind the stream. Anyways. DPS Llama piece? Yeah, I guess. So yeah, I don't know. Like, if you think you're gonna be interested in future Nod Cry characters, so Flynn's is only a character I think next patch you need to concern yourself with getting if you like him. Lauma is a character that might be relevant for future teams in general. But yeah. So anyways, can I sub in from a week on Veresa Overload? Pyro Traveler probably. I'd assume Pyro Traveler is better than Chungling there at least. Yeah, even for Rena here, rather be using an ER timepiece, but no, you actual butthole. Yeah, if I had ER timepiece on Farina, ER timepiece, well I already put ER timepiece on Dehya, and it was better. ER timepiece on Farina will be a little bit better farming experience here. Anyways. What is Chev doing on this team? My god, it's every 2 seconds. Pinned comment. Pinned comment. Someone's, an awesome person did a write-up for me, so I can just point to that rather than having to explain it every single time. But I will say, Chevreuse is better than Bennett here. Chevreuse can buff without being in an overload team. It's one of my favorite like things that it's like I love when it pops up because like by the way, as far as like talking about Chaska earlier, you want to know another context where C6 Chevreuse is pretty good. Chaska teams, like I actually I'd be willing to bet that there's a chance that a C6 Chevreuse, that Farina and Nefa Chevreuse, so this same team core, but Chaska instead of Dehya, that Chevreuse is not going to necessarily be better than Bennett because Chaska does way more attack scaling damage than Dehya does. Dehya is both not just attack scaling, she's attack scaling and HP scaling. And that means she gets a little bit less value from a big ol' attack buff like Bennett, and more value from like damage bonus buffs that buff both of her scaling. Yeah, Chevy was her best pre-Mawika team. Yeah, exactly. So like, but anyways, like Chevreuse C6 being really good for Chaska is another one of those contexts where it's just like, I don't know. It's funny to me that people don't realize that Chevreuse does very relevant things in her kit that are good, that don't require a full overload team. Anyways, and it's fun to showcase it as working as well as it does. Chevreuse is literally better than Bennett here. Chevreuse C6. What are we gonna do? We're gonna do Song of Days Pass. We're gonna get a timepiece and a goblet here. We got one of them, and it's gonna have crit rate, flat HP, 4 line, and it's gonna roll 15% crit rate. I mean, that's an onset piece. That could actually be okay. If this rolls crit rate, actually, because I'm using an off piece right now. I didn't think about that possibility, but it has to roll crit rate though. The ER isn't the end all be all because I prefer a non-burst build anyways. The ER is nice. Okay. Frick. I don't know if I have an artifact. Wait, do I have an artifact thrown? Oh, I do. Okay, cool. I got a better emblem feather than this the other day. Like, very minorly better, but better. So, this is like a good emblem piece, but not quite good enough. Like, I basically never used it, so I'm fine with it anyway. Alright, we need, like, at least equivalent crit rate, I think, here. Well, okay. That's kind of ideal. Alright. I did ask for equivalent crit rate. We're losing some ER, which is not necessarily ideal. But it's fine. Okay, so probably let's check the timepiece first. Yeah. Well, shit. We did kind of fix it. Not fix it, but that's a lot better than 28. Okay. Sick. And I can throw away this, honestly, at this point. If I can use an off-piece timepiece. I wouldn't mind getting another onset timepiece, but it's not going to be my focus. Alright, well, shit. I didn't expect that solution. Okay. The Strongbox. Let's go. Rare Strongbox win for 2 artifacts. Wow. Alright, that might actually help us significantly here. Okay. By the way, if you didn't notice, I leveled 90 Chevreuse for this. I did this last night, but I leveled 90 Chevreuse. She'd been level 85 forever. But the main reason to level 90 Chevreuse, in my opinion, is to do a min-max fab build on her. So, you know what this means? I did take this fab from, I think, Eon's on. Yeah. I don't know what she's on. Yeah, I took it from Eon's on. I need to level another fab lands. I have plenty of fabs. I just need to level another fab lands. Like, the fact that I now have this good of a Song of Days Past build on Chevreuse, it's not my ideal yet. I would say my theoretical ideal is like somehow magically having a healing, but like this build, this healing bonus circlet, but have this death percent be crit rate, right? And then have like, you know, 10% crit rate here, but then also like, you know, 700 flat HP. Something like this, but with 1 more flat HP roll, and then bunch more HP percent here and here. Like, the theoretical ideal Chevrolet build to me is Fav with 40k HP on this set with a healing bonus circlet, which is incredibly hard to do. Like, it's not that dissimilar from the equivalent of chasing like a #1 leaderboard spot, or not #1, but like, you know, top 100, top 1000, depending on what the leaderboard is, right? It's like a stupid high investment build. And I'm probably not going to do that because it doesn't matter that much. And the reason it doesn't matter that much to me is because I have a C2 Farina. But anyways, if I didn't have C2 Farina, it might be something I would chase. Anyways. But yeah, I should level another Fab Lance because I inevitably am going to end up using Eons on and be very, very confused as to why she is performing poo-poo. So, you know, I should probably figure that out. You know what I can do? I can equip this. In hindsight, can I? No, I can't farm this today. Okay. In hindsight, I maybe should have checked if I could farm this today, but that's fine. Anyways. Okay. It's a lot of Fab Lances indeed. It shows up on Weapon Banner a lot, and I've wished on too many Weapon Banners in the 3 years of this account's history. But alright, let's see if this Chever's Fab extra crit rate helps. It probably will. It probably will. It's not gonna like give us extra damage directly, but it will help the optimization quite a lot. Fontaine Spear craftable for Shivers. I mean, it's an okay option. Fab is better because energy is good, generally speaking. But Fab is also annoying as shit to build with Shivers. Like I used the event polearm for, generally speaking, almost always in my Shivers. I use the event polearm. Just more convenient. But yeah, so now that Shivers' build is basically fixed, it's basically down to, okay, consider, yeah, consider optimizing, what's their bucket? I should have switched to you. Sorry, my brain is not working. I don't remember what I was saying. Oh well, rip. Okay, do this. Do this. Okay. That's there, monkey. Okay. Short hit. Oh dang! I really wanted that to land before he transitioned. Oh, why did I do that? That was dumb. Whatever. I'm attacking the wrong one. God dang it! All right. Opinion on loot bar and such sites. I've used them a bunch. They're fine. I've had no problem with them. Do they operate on a level of being... Sorry, I'm yapping. Do they operate on a level of outside of like, oh, Hoyle versus official policy? Yes, but I can tell you I have seen the literal agreements that the companies have with the company, like the way just the way they are able to offer. Like I wouldn't use any of those services. I wouldn't do like a login service that asks for your password to log into your account. There are some that do that. I would just do the ones that do UID, like just need your game ID. Like if they can do that, that means they're interfacing with some kind of an official service, right? That is giving you the top up, because it's just a number tied to your account. Like I can't, myself, without using another service that is officially tied to Hoyo versus like APIs and services, I can't just get your UID and then give you Primo Gems without using some kind of official service to tie in, right? So even though Lootbar itself is not an official Hoyoverse sanctioned service, Lootbar is partnered with a company that is. That's how they. And then the reason they're able to offer discounts is the fact that different top-ups are priced differently in different parts of the world. So they're a company that's shuffling money around in different like currencies, essentially, yada yada, and like that's how they work. And on top of other, large scale, whatever things. And ultimately, the fundamental reason that they are able to exist at all is also, and this is really the simplest explanation why they can offer discounts, because that's the main thing that seems sus about them. How can they offer things for cheaper than it shows in game? It's because fucking like Apple and Google, they're both cringe ass companies. They take 30%. It's basically money laundering. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I mean, look, isn't that illegal? What fucking country? Like, maybe it's illegal in some ass country. I don't know. No. No, it's not illegal. They're like, is it illegal to buy things internationally? Because that's what they're doing functionally. Like, is it gray? Maybe. It's not illegal unless there's directly a law against it. It's not illegal like if you get taken to court about it, but no one's been taken to court about this. And the reason why? Because do you want to know why MiHoYo doesn't give a shit about these? And it's because they benefit from them, guys. If you're spending any top-ups, MiHoYo is getting basically the same amount of money. They're basically getting the exact same amount of money if you use these services. The exact same. As if you buy it through, if you buy it through PC, they get more money, I think, because you're not using Google or Apple. But most people tend to buy top-ups through mobile. And Apple and Google take like a 30% cut. If you spend $100, $30 is going to Google or Apple. For what service did they provide? Basically, all they provided. Other than that, they hosted the game on their app store. This is the way these cringe-ass app stores work. Apple is the one that pioneered this, and then Google just designs their app store based on what Apple does. And, Apple does it, therefore it's acceptable for us to do it too. And this is the reason, like, have you heard of the Epic Games lawsuit that's been going on? It's like the whole ass, this is not the only thing, but it's like a big central point, is the fact that these companies, that Apple and Google are taking way more money than really makes sense for them to do, right? For the service they're providing. Especially when it comes to like making big purchases in a game like this. And I strongly feel that if the App Store and Google didn't exist, like mobile game pricing wouldn't be as cringe as it is for things like top-ups. Anyways, my point is, that's a big part of the reason why there is the ability to get top-ups cheaper than what is listed in game. Because you want to know the reason that in game, like on PC, why? Okay. If on PC is, you buy a top-up through PC, you're not paying through Apple or Google. Why isn't it cheaper on PC? Because MiHoYo's agreements to be able to sell shit on the App Store, in particular, Apple is notorious for these agreements. I don't know if they have this agreement with Google, but I almost assure you they have this agreement with Apple. Part of the agreement of like their app is allowed to sell things through the App Store at all is you have to, they can't price things differently. They can't make prices available differently officially through other platforms. Right? They can't. They're not allowed to do that. So that's why it's officially not allowed. It's because they have agreements with big ass companies. Companies are some of those powerful companies of the planet. Apple. They have agreements with that they're not going to price shit differently because it's not a good look for someone playing on mobile if they know they can like go and stop playing Genshin on their iPhone and save money on top-ups by playing it on a different platform. That's why Apple has cringe ass monopolistic policies like that, and that's part of like, again, Epic's lawsuit. And like Apple has policies like you cannot direct people off of your application to go and buy things elsewhere. Like Apple is so cringe as fuck with their App Store policies. Anyways, point is, that's why this shit exists, is because there are non-official companies that can get around the App Store cuts, and basically Loot Bar is taking a few dollars off the top, and the same thing with like Paimon's Bargains I've worked with before. They're taking a few dollars off the top, but they're using services like Coda Shop in other regions of the world that are able to offer differently because they don't go through the app stores, and they can offer them cheaper, both because it's priced cheaper in other parts of the world and because it's not through the app store. And that's the fundamental reason, though, is like why Hoyoverse doesn't care. It's because Hoyoverse, if you're spending $100 through the App Store, they're getting $70. If you're spending $80 through Loot Bar, Hoyoverse is getting about $70. The difference is you're giving $30 extra to Apple or Google versus you're giving $30 extra, or sorry, versus you're giving like $5-10 extra to loot bar. I don't know exactly what their percentage of profit is. So, anyways, subs are on Twitch are also more expensive on mobile due to the extra fees. Yeah, so there are some, some companies like Twitch that and other companies that get away with pricing things higher on the App Store. But generally speaking, you're not allowed to price things higher on the App Store. And I almost assure you that MiHoYo doesn't want to poke the beast because of how much of their money probably comes through Apple and Google. And like, it doesn't matter to them. There's a 30% fee when that's where the majority of their the money comes from. So they get a minority of their money through people like using discount services. And the point is like, they're fine. I've used them. They have no problem. They have to use official services in some form anyways to use UID. Just use the UID top-up services. Don't do login. That's stupid. Anyways. That was my yap. I get them through PSN. Yeah, Sony takes a cut too. I don't know what Sony's percentage is, but they definitely take a cut. Steam takes a cut. Arguably, Steam is the one that started the whole 30% thing. I'm not thinking. Arguably, Steam is the one that started the whole 30% thing. But I would argue Steam is like one of the only platforms that actually justifies their cut because they do a lot. Steam does a whole lot. The variability in when the first like the shield goes through is so annoying. Why do you have pyro on you? What happened there? Whatever. Try it. I don't know if it actually is that problematic. We're 3 seconds away from your skill. Okay. Not the attempt, I don't think. Min-max the ER for a Nefa already? Yeah, I did. I think what I have is probably my best bet. I'm not 100% on that, but why did I not? I'm not 100% on it, but I have 175 ER for her. Katane would be interesting, but I just don't have Katane right now. I'm tempted to go and try to get it, but... see, that one triggered right away, right? I think Karina needs these. Okay. I didn't mean to skill there. Whoops. No, yeah, yeah. That's not the attempt, I don't think, but see what happens. On that turn. No, took too long to get that burst, man. This final burst on an F is real awkward. Like, see how like it's so close. It's so close, but so far. damage from sauce probably worth it over ER stands. Yes, when I did a calc with like what my Catane build would look like. So I have a Gilded Dreams artifacts that are like pretty decent. The question is whether or not I would still need some ER because it's Stygian, right? 0 ER start. So I believe it was with this, like I'd have an 80% crit rate, like 180 crit damage build on Catane with 4-piece Gilded Dreams, like pretty freaking good. That piece, this piece, where's my attack timepiece? Yeah, this piece. Off-piece goblet, I believe, was this goblet. So still have like 3 ER rolls, I think. So I'd have like 116 ER, and this circlet is a little bit sad, but it's fine. Right, on 4-piece Gilded Dreams, double attack percent, like a pretty dang good Catane build, and would be enough in non-Stygian Onslaught context. It's just like the question of the ER, right? Is the ER even enough on Catane? But if that ER was enough with Catane in Stygian, then the Catane build compared to this build is about 10% less damage for from an Efa. But it could functionally be more damage value than that if the because of like the 0 energy start at the beginning and like that energy refund at the right time is just enabling like an effort burst to always be up exactly when I need it. Like the minus 10% damage might not be the difference maker, whereas like removing any energy problems could be the difference maker. It's just, will I actually have 0 energy problems with Catane? I don't know. It's something I'd have to test in practice, in my opinion, in Stygian to know. So, and it's a lot of time and resources I have to spend getting an R5 Catane. I have the billets. For some reason, I have 10 polearm billets. I have way more polearm billets of anything else. But anyways, did we get the clear yet? No, I haven't done a ton of here, but I don't know. It's really awkward. And maybe I should go back. I did some like testing because one. Sorry, that. Okay. I did some testing. Oh, I don't know why I didn't walk towards him. Okay, Farina's summon spent 5 years attacking the other thing. Anyways. Okay. No, I don't like this start. No. Okay. I did some testing with Dehya on the attack type piece. And it wasn't unusable, to be clear, to have Dehya on that. But again, it was a problem of I would need to funnel more fat particles to Dehya, on top of having to like figure out having to do Dehya energy optimization and enough energy optimization didn't seem possible. So, you know. But yeah, I have not gotten the clear yet. Golden Troop Farina be better. When I tested it, I didn't notice a meaningful difference. Why did I not do that yet? This. Should not have done that lever. Do. Okay. I think I need to do this. Should have done that earlier. Shoot. You just moved. Ah, frick you. Where do you move to? You are. Oh, no, this is cooked. No, the second shield bait was too bad. Nope. No, I don't play Woo anymore. Oh shoot, I hate that when you freaking retry, it's just like, ugh. Because I need to like blow my nose. I have to specifically hit abandon to go do something as crazy as blowing my nose or drinking water. It's so stupid that they're like, we decided booking is not something that we want to allow, so our solution is to not allow you to pause. Frick you. Weapon alternatives for Dehya. So again, I didn't try an emblem build yet, but Moika's signature weapon could be interesting. I tested it briefly, and I didn't find it particularly compelling, with my Vorakasha artifacts at least. I'm not sure about an emblem build, though. So yeah, there is potential different builds still to try here. It's possible Golden Troop Farina is better. I didn't really spend much time. I did testing of a bunch of different contexts for things, and I didn't see much relevancy to it, but why I switched to you. It didn't seem meaningfully better enough to be worthwhile. Mind you, part of the problem was for an HP timepiece build, I actually have more ER available on my tenacity build for an HP timepiece Farina than I do on Golden Troop. I think that's part of why I saw that. Get a vape on that hit, whatever. Oh, yeah. Okay. Leave this right here. Yeah. Did you trigger? There we go. Okay. I didn't need to funnel that. Oops. Way too long to get back. God damn it. When I had everything on cooldown, so I just wasted 5 seconds there for no reason. Alright, sick. Didn't even get my verse back there. Wow, alright. It's just this like little ending sequence that's really awkward after the second shield. Oh. Golden Troop Farina, it seems all of a sudden everyone says she's way better in tenacity. Where was this when I was building her? I mean, where was this when you were building her? Everyone freaking assumed Nubile, and also at the time that Farina released, we had way less super OP attack scaling units. But honestly, I think it may have been true back on launch. Like there were people that were like, yeah, you can consider using, like, what Tenacity Farina originally was is you can consider using Tenacity Farina if you are playing her with a attack scaling unit on field. That was basically what people said. I don't think anyone like really truly tested it because basically nobody farmed for good tenacity artifacts was the main problem. And it was, generally speaking, fairly relevant to have your off-fielder do decent damage back then, right? When Farina originally released. What am I doing? That. I missed a vaporize, but now it's just like it's weird. But even in a context like this, like Dehya and Anefa together are strong enough of damage dealers that like at worst, tenacity is basically equivalent to golden truth, essentially. So, yeah. I mean, I think even from the get-go, the general community. Okay, this is terrible. I think even from the get-go, the general community quite significantly underestimated the relevance of tenacity Frina, because nobody actually had tenacity artifacts. But now the OP on-field units that just want all the buffs as possible are so like the total like multiplier value of attack scaling damage that on-fielders now have is so high that like they just want more buffs rather than like it's more valuable damage wise to buff your on-fielder more than it, or off-fielders even potentially in some cases, than it is to buff Farina's damage, right? Like, you don't get enough of an increase for Farina's damage to team DPS relative to just 20% attack for the on-fielder. Or off-fielder, in the case of a team like this. What am I doing? What is my brain doing? So, where was it when you were building her? It was there, in limited circles. But, no one truly, I think, understood the relevance of it back then, is my vibe. I didn't. Like, if you go back, what? Okay, I thought I was having a stroke that he didn't move for some reason. So I need to stop yapping. I'm sorry. I need to shut up. I'm sorry. I'm gonna ignore chat for a few minutes. I want to actually try to do this for realsies. But you can go check out my free tenacity stream, and you can see me be like, wow. In every single context I can think of testing tenacity Frina in, tenacity Frina just seems better. Oh, I was trying to hold there. I didn't get the skill out. Whoops. That'd be fine. Okay. Damn. This is the closest I've gotten. Just need to shut up and I get the closest I've gotten. Frick. It's so close. This is why I think it's doable, man. It's so close. It's like this is so much like the vibe of that I've gotten many times in the past where it's just like, oh, I think this can be optimized. Just, how much time do I willing to put it? Because I've been streaming for 2 hours. And I worked on this for like 3 hours yesterday, tweaking builds. Like, you missed the really time-intensive part of the optimization for like builds, which was miserable a little bit, but it was fine. Oh, do I want to try farming for like, I really want to be able to test like a. Here we go. I really want to be able to test like a Catane on an Effa and see if that is maybe a difference maker. Because like, I don't know, it's so weird. I have no idea. I have no idea if it's actually relevant. I need to get a skill out. I think while I'm waiting for those fat particles like that, I need to like do Dia's second E there, rather than doing it here. Ah, I should have waited. I think it was doing that. No, you're stunning me. That Chev C might have actually been unnecessary. I'm getting more consistent, which is a good thing. Yeah, Dehya C3. It's funny. I actually think this would be, I shouldn't say free, but like with C4 Dehya, I think this would be free. That energy refund for Dehya would allow me to do an attack timepiece in Stygian. Like I can do an attack timepiece outside of Stygian, but it would let me do an attack timepiece in Stygian. I think it's a bit too far still. I don't know. Like look, you gotta realize, like when I started my optimization last night, I started with the HP bar. You can see my mouse here. I started with the HP bar like getting down to here, and then as I optimized the builds, I started creeping downwards and optimizing play and whatever a bit. And like that attempt that we just had that got down to here, like, yeah, that's a good chunk of HP left. I'm not gonna, don't get me wrong, that's a good chunk of HP left. But like, did I land every single crit there? Was that perfectly optimized gameplay? Was there, like, if I went and watched back that footage, is there gonna be like, I wasn't paying attention, frick. If I went and watched back their footage, is gonna be like, oh, there's a little bit of downtime here I clearly could have saved by like doing this instead, right? I had caught those fat particles, but oh well. I'm gonna do this. One of those to you, because I already had energy on Dehya. I did not get many vaporizer there. Oh, because Freena's skill ended. Okay. Let's see. As far as mistakes to make, using Freena's skill, probably one of them. Oh. I don't think it's just crit fishing here, that's the optimization. I think there's more than crit fishing we're doing here. They're good. I think things like getting... Why did I do a skill there? Whatever. I think things like getting that initial shield break is pretty important. I need to... Okay, there we go. I was purposely not doing normal attacks in Dehya to make sure I could get the vaporizers, get the Hydro takeover. Something I should have done there. Okay. Wasn't it? I don't remember. Whatever. I'm pretty sure there's optimizations to be done here that are not crit fishing. I didn't hit. Frick. Oh, okay. So like one optimization is, I know that I can like end this phase before it gets to hat phase again, with it with me landing in an Efa burst before it gets into a hat, and that kind of matters. I mean, maybe it doesn't because it still counts as damage that transitions to the next phase. But anyway, sorry, I was busy yapping here. But I don't know. Let's go practice the little bit here. Okay, broken. Bap. We don't even have a skill up there because I've already done it. Yep. Dumb. Okay, nice. I don't know. It's a weird circumstance. Like I'm not 100% sure it's possible. Dia C4, Tignaria C1. I mean, if you want to play Dia C4. Again, I'm not sure how good of a job I've been doing with keeping uptime on the Staff of Scarlet Sands passive. I probably should have gone to Shivers there. Ah, yep, that was bad. Yeah, okay. I didn't trigger Fab there, did I? No. How did I not trigger Fab on Shivers there at all, by the way? Oh my god. Yeah, this is bad. Yeah, no, okay. Anyway. Oh. If you have the chance to take DOC4, you take it. It's one more stop towards C6, yeah. Wait. Okay. Can I... Why? See, this is the kind of crap, like... Why did it take 5 years to get the first little tick on a shield down? Like, I think that matters a lot. Yeah, see, we got that immediately that time, right? That crap matters. Trigger Pav. It actually matters this time, but it might matter. I think it might matter. Okay, let's do this. That damage. This one, let's do a notch. I don't know why I funneled the Freen in there. Probably won't matter. Sabrina. Oh, I already had the. Oh, man. Like, I think it is optimal to, like, change up the order of Chev versus E there, but I, like, just stupid time losses there. Oh. Stupid mistakes. I think it's just. I think the reason it's just like look at it. Look how long that took. It took until 140 to get the first freaking proc on its skill or on its shield. I'm pretty sure we need like the near immediate proc on the shield. I don't think I triggered 5. I don't know if it's a problem. Chevros, you have 45 crit right now! Bruh! Oh my god. I actually think that's... Well, okay. Getting stunned there and then missing all those fat procs. Or, like, what the frick? What the frick? It was like 5, 6, 50-50 losses in a row functionally there. I'm being slow, whatever. Skilled there first as well. Shield here. I'm gonna do it. Why am I on how the hell did I actually do a charge attack on Freenet? What heck? What in the heck happened there? She was somehow in healing mode. Crit fishing for fab procs, yeah, that's true. It feels more like that. That's not ideal, but we got a good amount of damage on it. Okay. Should have did that earlier, but it matters. Crap. I took a risk not funneling particle to Dehya there. It's not worth it. I don't think it would have mattered anyways, but... so close. Drink water. Thank you. Drink water. Drink water. Are you winning Soul of the Luna? I don't know if I describe this as winning, but yeah, it does feel doable. Technically, you should grab the standard character that has the lowest constellation because they will be all C6, and you get there faster. I mean, is there a particular reason you would need? I think you should choose the standard character from the selector that you're actually going to play. Switch Dehya to Crimson Witch. I don't think I have the pieces for that. Like, if the accursed Gaming timepiece would have rolled well. This is one of the most annoyed I think I've been at a freaking elixir roll. But like, unironically, you might not be wrong that it could be pretty... It could be compelling here. Because, like, if we... like this piece for Dehya? Just like, take a peek see at it. What's my circlet options? I mean, that's better for stats, but this might be needed for the ER. In a non-Stygian context? Well, that's not ideal. And still looks kind of cope. Never mind. I lied. No, I don't think it makes sense. I don't think I have the right artifacts for it. Like, we don't need any ER. Which, like, maybe it was C4. Maybe it was C4. Right. Deep with Dehya. Yeah, clearly. Maybe with C4. No. Alright. It's a nice dream, though. I would love to have artifacts like this on her. For this. As it currently stands, though, I think this is the play. Oh yeah. I mean, as far as optimizing around crit RNG goes. Should I try it for the lulz? Like, surely this will be a lot worse, right? But if we just land the 60% chance every single time, just crit. It's easy. This does change like her gameplay a little bit though, like when you use her skill. I don't know. Let's try it for the lulz. Why is he running this particular team? Because Overvape Dehya is pretty good. It might be Dehya's best team. The Cactus wants you to use Electrocharge. Like, if Dehya clearing Dire is ever doable, it's with this team. I E'd when I was... Okay. I forgot, I gotta E differently. I gotta E differently! Oh wait, we can eat, we can... Oh, well, we still don't want to shield because of the Borakashas, but... We can shield. No, I don't have a skill up. Whoops. I didn't funnel. I mean, I'm kind of annoyed that it might be better. I'm kind of annoyed that that might be better. It might be better to optimize around that crit RNG misery. Because, like, when we were critting, the damage was bigger. It was bigger. Kind of hating the gameplay optimization with this though. Why, Chevy? What is their benefit? Read the link. Chever's boss with C6 at least in this team. Like she does buffing without C6, but she does her actual full utility at C6. She works without having to do only overload. Do you know the definition of insanity? Yeah, people who think they're being smart by saying what the definition of insanity is. You tell me, you go tell me a meaningful human invention that, not that I'm saying I'm doing something like progressing humanity here, mind you, but you go tell me an example of something humanity did that was meaningful, that wasn't involving humans being really stubborn, trying the same thing and trying a million different ways of trying to achieve some particular thing. Like, so many great achievements of humanity were achieved by just stubborn ass individuals that just fully committed to their one idea. Like, if this is the definition of insanity, then the reason everything you enjoy today in modern human existence is probably because of insane people. Just saying. Anyways, we're not progressing humanity here. We're progressing the Dehya agenda. I feel like you misread my comment. Did I? I mean, I feel like you were accusing me of being insane. And I'm saying, if you are accusing me of being insane, it's a compliment. Bam! Catch the particles. I hate that this feels like the same damage despite having like 20% lower crit rate. It kind of pisses me off. It kind of pisses me off that this feels like the same damage with 20% lower crit rate. Like it's giving me vibes that it's better to optimize around crit RNG with Muika's weapon, and that pisses me off. It said Eon Sanity, not Eon Son. Oh, I see. Sorry, I missed that. I just assumed it was a typo, or I didn't notice it at all. I don't know. You gotta understand, like, people typo things all the time, so I don't, like, assume anything from someone misspelling something. So oftentimes subtle jokes that are intentional misspells are hard to come through. I probably would have caught it if we were actually using Eons on, mind you. We're not using Eons on, so my brain didn't clue in. Bruh, why does it take so long? When you shout Fab, the Fab procs? Yeah, that's true. I'll just yell crit constantly through this. Trigger Fab. Yeah, that Fab proc at the beginning, man, it kind of matters. The Dehya constellation with 6.0 drops. I mean, yep, but this will not be available during version 6.0, so... we have fire on the enemy. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now, look at that 132k. Oh my god, it's freaking Malika's weapon. I hate it. Like, the fact that I can't use Dehya skiller kind of annoys me. Fab! Alright. Whatever. You're applying pyro. DNB. It's so hard to tell if it's actually better to optimize around this versus Dehya's weapon with the crit variability. Like, yeah, if I magically land every single crit, Malika's weapon is definitely better. Right? Like getting 132k, yes. Send your city on a pyro unit be major improvement? No. No. Song of Days Past is definitely better here. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say definitely, but like I'm fairly certain it is. Beyond tenacity, no, that is not the play. Okay, let's go take a break and do other daily, weekly gacha things in the accounts. We'll come back. EM Sands. I mean, yes, I would love to do EM Sands. I am running 0 EM. That is a problem. I didn't mention that before. Look at all the EM Sands I have. I do, yeah, I technically have one. Technically. Look, if I could get a double crit 4-line EM Sands, maybe. With double crit attack percent, well, no. It'd probably be double crit ER. 4-line. You're gonna make me do an EM freaking thing with my elixirs. Mailed flower? No. I don't think. Well. Okay, you know what? Look at what the build looks like quick. I don't have leveled up. Fuck. Me. God dang it, past me. Why didn't you level this up? Past me was like, level this to 60. I can level to 90 in the future. Except for I need it level 90 now. Oh, it uses fat pieces, of course it does. Rip. Well, I would have tested it, but it seems kind of pointless. Did you even beat Fearless with Dehya to begin with? Yes, Fearless is trivial. Fearless difficulty clear is literally trivial. The flower's worse than the 5 stars. I mean, yeah, that would be my expectation. But I was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt and test it, but I can't really. Yeah. Anyways, I don't think without C4 Dehya, I don't think an EM timepiece would be the difference maker. Anyways. Like, I'd rather have the Dream ER timepiece in this specific circumstance, which would be, you know, a 4-liner, crit rate, crit damage, attack or HP, EM or ER, some mix. Some mix of attack percent, HP, ER, 4-liner pieces with high rolls, right? So this, but much better. Attack Goblet, since Farina's in the team. I don't think I have a better attack Goblet. I also don't think it's better. With how much damage bonus we have, I'm fairly certain. You need to get to the like 200% damage bonus thresholds without any other sources of attack buffs in the team. Well, not without, but you need to get to very high damage bonus thresholds to get to that point. And we have enough other sources of attack buffs in conjunction with that, with tenacity and Chever's buff, that I'm like 95% positive my Pyro Goblet is better. It is possible this one could be better. You might think I'm joking, but I'm not. Like, again, it's just an optimize around crit RNG thing. Same story of like, this one theoretically could be better if I'm willing to optimize around crit RNG. I maybe should equip this one, actually, now that I think about it. Okay. That might be crit RNG worth optimizing around. And gain 1 crit damage roll, gain attack percent. I guess I should have been using this, yeah. Okay. Yeah, she sees 3. Just go lose a 50-50 to Dehya. That's you trying to trick me into making a mistake, and I'm not willing to do that because if like we'll find out this week if there's a Sumeru Chronicle banner, and I'm saving my resources for when Dehya's actually on the banner. So, anyways, and surely my dedication to Dehya will earn me 50-50 wins for Dehya on the Chronicle banner, right? Chronicle banner won't bite me in the ass again. Right. What do I have currently? 11,1189. So barring some wishing for, like, I'm probably gonna wish a little bit for Ino. But yeah, okay. Assuming, because I want to earn C60. I don't want to use filthy monetary means to acquire C60. I want to earn it. Like, I have enough right now that, like, you know, win 2 50-50s and Dehya Chronicle banner, easy, no problem. Lose some 50-50s and no earlies? When I said I built Dehya and I got that C6, they shat that C6 on you. I mean, you also wish too much. So, but no, I wish I had that problem. Mahoyo, I'll continue using Dehya in dire difficulty if you give me C6. I probably won't have it. Anyways. Alright, 1 copy from the selector? Yes, that's why I was operating the assumption if I need 2 copies of Dehya from the Chronicle banner. Anyways, we already used our resin, right? Oh, we didn't use this resin. So... 5 copies in a few months is still crazy. No, I agree. I was just pointing out, you also did a statistically higher amount of wishes.
This realm
You definitely did get some abnormal Dehya biasing, which is funny. Okay. When I get C4 Dehya, I will be very tempted to use my elixirs for... I have to remember that. I'll because of this team being as good as it is, like just overvape Dehya in general being as good as it is, and having the flexibility to not have to use a whatever timepiece, ER timepiece, I will very, very strongly lean towards trying to use my elixirs for an EM timepiece in this set. But or no, I should go do weekly bosses. I'm kind of tired of doing weekly bosses because I like don't strongly need. This is the point where like I haven't. Well, I don't have many of these, but this is the point where I have like enough of these drops. I'm like, I don't want to farm this anymore. But then like I need the stupid Ascension crystals. Do I though? Do I actually need them? I don't know. Is the anniversary this year? There's an anniversary every year. Yes. Need to get a token past C6 so see if we can exchange all the extra loops for music. Yeah.
what you see is what you get.
It would be cool if they would add that
On the challenge,
the system for choosing a specific subset of crappy limited 5 stars to add to the 50-50 loss pool. That would be nice. Replace Chi-Chi. Mizuki. Man, if they did that though, I would never get Mizuki on this account. Mizuki would be forever unacquirable. Because Mizuki is one of the units who would I pick? Who would I pick? So first of all, let's make some safe assumptions for characters that would go in the like
my people
pool.
are
For characters that
but still, I hope
they let you lose a 50-50 too if you swap out one of the current ones. I think Albedo is probably a given. Tartag is a possibility. Klee is a possibility. Yoimiya is likely. I think Isho is likely. Ayato could be likely. Sino could be. I mean, okay. The sad fact of reality is, I think, in my opinion, there's a lot of characters that could be likely. I think anyone pre-Fontaine that is not that compelling is likely. Like. Well, I don't think I'll hate them because people have the perception he's really good still. Wanderer, Sino, you have the perception that you're really good, particularly with the Scopius. And you're popular enough. I don't think they will. Same thing with you. You're popular enough. They're not going to. But anyways, like let's just operate on the basis that like Tartag, Albedo, and Klee, like just these 3. I would probably swap out Chi-Chi for Albedo. Mona I now have C6, so swap out Mona for like Tartag.
but at least
And then I also have Kaching C6, so I would probably swap out Kaching. So I guess I would probably leave Mizuki in the pool if there's only 3. But if there was 4, I'd rather keep Jean until I get C6. I'd rather keep Yuen until I get C6. I'd rather keep Tignari in. So I would probably swap out Mizuki next if there was a 4th one. Like if there was a Yoimiya, Ito, Ayato, Sino, Wander in the pool, I would swap out Mizuki for any of them. Ganyu, yeah, same, yeah. I do already have Ganyu, but I wouldn't hate getting a con on her. Getting a C1 Ganyu is not incredible, but it's decent. So, yeah. Anyways, okay, frick it. I shouldn't do this, but where's the domain? Can I remember where the domain is? I think it's is it this one? No. Where is the domain that has Dehya artifacts?
We mercs have one simple rule. Whoever pays the most...
I know I can find it through the list. I just want to find it manually. Once upon a time, I farmed this domain a bunch, and I knew this. No. Where is the Dehya domain? I don't remember when it released. Oh, it's this one. It's this one. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna use the resin there. Well, I should probably save it for Fav. I should probably save the transient resin for Fav. When is Fav available? No, frick it. No. It's Dehya day. It's Dehya clears dire difficulty day. Maybe. It's gonna give us the dream 4-line timepiece. Either EM or ER would theoretically be better now. But ER wouldn't be valuable next patch. So I prefer EM for future. I still have a weaker weapon on you? Yes, okay. Timepiece. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's expected. Alright. How much am I willing to min-max? You know what? You know what kind of is annoying? Like, I presume Dehya's best artifact set, if Columbina does some form of buffing that Dehya can actually take advantage of, which I think there's a very good chance of. I think there's a very good chance Columbina does some mix of attack EM buffing, at least when paired with 2 non-cry units, which would be Anefa and her. So, like, Columbina instead of Farina here, then you use the non-cry artifact set, which gives 30% crit rate for free. And then you use Mawika weapon. Like,
Stay close.
I think this team format is going to become Dehya's best team. Particularly if Columbina ends up being relevant. But anyways. 1000 attack plus 500 EM. I hope you are wrong. My god. I hope you are wrong. That would be way too much buffing. You know what would be good? I think literally like I think something like 400 team-wide EM and 60% team-wide attack would be incredibly strong and like near broken tier. 1000 attack would be ridiculous. And I want team-wide attack. Heck, I think 40% attack, the same as Chevreuse. I think 40% team-wide attack and 300 EM would be really strong if it's for the full team. If it's only for the active care, that changes things a little bit. But I really want them to do a team-wide attack buffer that's more generic, and I think Columbine is a good opportunity for them to do that. HP Sand's not better when she's C1 or higher. It's equivalent-ish, but you don't want to know what's better when you need her burst? ER. ER is better. In the case of Overvape Dehya, EM is better. From what I can tell. But I don't have EM available. So. We're so close, but so far. Anyways, okay, let's go to the other accounts quick, and we'll come back here. Go teleport back over here, though, at least. We'll do a few more runs with the Muika weapon to get a better vibe of it before I consider switching back to the other weapon. Why is Chevreuse there? Who wants to tell them? Alright, let's go log out quick. We'll come back. Who wants to tell Parita? Turtle.
Gene VV for Lunar Charge would give more team DPS than Chev's buffs to Dehya? No. I'm pretty sure not. I am pretty sure that is not the case. Could we test it? Sure. I'd be very surprised if it was better. Chevers is there because Dehya is under arrest for being criminally cute. Yeah. Exactly. Pop. Should I farm any weekly bosses in this account? Who does Flynn's use? I don't remember. I should have double checked that. I assume it's one and 2 new bosses. So I guess I'll just farm them both because I'm too lazy to check right now. Teapot. It's the chest one? Okay. We'll check how much we have then. The Queen. Melt Dehya viable with C2 Seat Lolly? Melt Dehya is viable without C2 Seat Lolly. The problem is no matter what you do, even with the C6 Kaya, from what I saw, you can't really consistently get a melt on the final hits of her burst. You can get with C6 Kaya, you can get a melt on the final hit of Dehya's burst. Sorry, the second to final hit of Dehya's burst that can melt, but not like the final big like ground pound hit that she does, which is a bigger multiplier. So forms of Melt Dehya do work. So yes, does C2 C Lolly make Melt Dehya work? Yes, it'll make her melts really big because she still can melt at least, I believe, 3 hits consistently, in my experience. But the timing of Dehya's pyro applications doesn't line up well with what options we have available for cryo application in the game. And yeah, so unironically, Dehya's pyro application is too fast. It's not that she applies a lot of pyro, but she applies a few units of pyro in relatively short durations between each other, and you need cryo. You need cryo to be applied, like, in between each instance of her applying pyro. Like, or, like, right before you trigger a pyro application again. So, yeah. Anyways. So yeah, Melt Dehya does work, but it's not fully Melt Dehya is what I would describe it as. But it is compelling, and I haven't tried with C2 Silali yet because I haven't activated it, but I'm sure C2 Silali will be a meaningful upgrade to the team.
Osmanthus wine tastes the
I
same
don't
as
know why I went to Mr. Osmanthus Wine. I need to go to, yeah, thank you. 10. Okay. Flynn's normal. Wait, are Flynn's oh frick. Are Flynn's normal attacks relevant with C2? My hope is to get C2 Flynn's. I don't know that we will be able to. But that's the hope. Let me check. Oh, I got to charge on my credit card for my internet. That's good. I like that. I mean, I like internet. I don't like getting charged, but it's fine. Okay. Mr. Flynn's GI dot Hakashin. I'm double checking his C2. Can the page load? Why? Bruh. Hakashin is not working on my phone right now. There we go. I had to refresh for some reason. Okay. I couldn't scroll down. For next 6 seconds after he uses a skill, when Flynn's normal attack hits an opponent, it will deal 50% of his attack as AoE electric damage is considered lunar charge damage. No. Okay. So, leveling up his normal attacks is not very relevant. Okay. Okay. I'm looking at the baseline multipliers too. They are poop. So, I don't think you need to level. So, what would that would mean? I only need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. And probably, I mean, I might triple. I might take his thing. I'll say I need 14. Okay. So, I'll farm it a little bit more. Silali with the Scofier can let the Pyro Carry melt Brain Dead. Not, I tested it with Dehya. She doesn't melt every hit. Unless there's a way to stagger the timing of Escoffier's activation perfectly, but I wasn't able to get it to happen with any consistency. Again, the team is still good. Like, you get Escoffier's damage, and for the little bit of Pyro that Dehya applies at the end, that makes Escoffier get some melts. You could save Escoffier's burst to melt after Dehya's burst too. Like, Silali, Escoffier, Dehya together does work quite well. Like, don't get me wrong, but it is not fully melting every hit that Dehya can possibly melt. Is from my testing, at least. How'd clearing Dire go? We haven't done it yet. It ain't easy, as you might expect. It is not easy to clear Dire with carry Dehya. Crazy. We're gonna use. Why are you there? Probably exploration. We're gonna use this team. Who are we missing? We are missing Rosaria.
I hear you've got a job for me.
We'll return to trying some Dire attempts in a little bit here. But we were at it for quite a bit. I think we're. I don't know what the exact percentage of the health bar was, but we're not far away. Ow.
You can't get me up here.
Stop jumping away from me. Oh. Thank you for jumping in that, I guess.
King and Queen should present a united front. Let's have a ball.
Alright. Shenhe does more than your Ayaka. I mean, I think that is probably not the case, but I do have an extremely good Shenhe build. Wait, actually right now she's on 2-piece, I forgot. It's actually kind of a meh build. But C1 Escoffier does make her get a little bit more damage than you normally would expect from a Shenhe, but not crazy anymore.
Oops! I thought I had it memorized. It is time to slay our foes with one almighty
This calls for some pomp and ceremony. Good lord, always forgetting your lines.
Where is the queen? There you go. Great, we not have the other one, didn't need to.
Our performance has yet to conclude.
I dance for you, my dear.
Really? I missed with the skill, cutting it. I didn't hit with that skill.
The curtain call has arrived.
Hi, please. Thank you. Alright. What? Did I not? Oh my god, end me. I didn't buy the rest. I went to the teapot, right? I just didn't buy. See, I'm contemplating whether or not I want to fight this again now. And just use the fragile. How can I rationalize it? When is 6.0 out? 6.0 is out in more than 2 weeks. Brick. Reason that's important. Wait, no. I can purposely, because the transient resin lasts 14 days, right? So I can purposely not buy the transient resin until later this week, and then I can basically just save that transient resin as if it was a fragile, because I'm going to end up needing to use it when Flynn's comes out with a new boss for his level of materials. So it's fine. I can use a fragile as if it was this as transient, because I can save the transient this week until Flynn's release anyways, and that's when I was going to use fragiles. So it makes no functional difference. That's my point. And we got a queen. How nice of them. Sure, I guess. All right. No what's it called, but whatever. Okay. And let's go fight the mighty butthole. Not that I need the drops for sure, but I don't know. Why not? I would like dream solvents. I only have 9. Oh, that's even fewer than I thought I had. Okay. Were you most excited for Not Cry? At this point, kit-wise, I'm most interested in seeing what the heck Columbina is. Otherwise, character-wise, Varka, Durin, Alice are probably my top contenders. Nefa used to be, but now that it seems Lauma's kit is a strong indication that Nefa is just going to be a Lunar Bloom main DPS, and I'm sure she'll be fun, but I'm kind of meh on Nefa now. So Nefa used to be there, but we'll see what her kit looks like. They managed to make me enjoy main DPSs before, and maybe it'll happen again. Here, let's use Raiden. Why not? We can prove that Raiden is equivalent to Moika by defeating the Moika boss.
You are but another fool, chasing a delusional dream.
Ow. Get down here. There we go. Hold you. No dreams, Owen. Thanks, game. I appreciate it. Alright. What, Nefa because she's a snake lady? I mean, yeah, again, depending, like, you know what? If there's a bunch of, like, fun snake visuals or whatever, they could easily do things both in story and in animations and whatever in the kit that makes me interested. But just on a superficial baseline design level, you know, Varka, Durin, Alice, and then Columbina, less strongly because of design and more just because I think the kit might be one of the more interesting ones. But we shall see. Okay, I'll try to use the 30 resin later today when I get to 30. What artifacts to farm? Emblem. Why? Make Raiden stronger. I don't know. There's no relevant artifacts to farm for this account, I don't think. Well, wait. I forgot. I totally forgot my goal of, I think, trying to get. No, that's the casual account. Oh God, things are conjoining in my head. I was gonna say get tenacity Raiden, but no, I have tenacity EM Raiden if I need on this account. Not that is a casual account goal. Plus now I have freaking Mualani to worry about in the casual account. So, ah shoot, I need to do all the material farming for Mualani. Should I do that today? Or should we go back to Dehya? Also, forgot how Raiden is really not ideal for this, but we have Shunkling. Ryan's not ideal, but Chevers is ideal. We'll let Guoba get the kill. 13k Guoba. Is Guoba crowned? Guoba is crowned, of course. How could he not be? Dehya and Dehya in the same sentence is crazy. I'm gonna do it anyways. Literally every roll is a min roll. I'm gonna level it up to 4. Oh, I didn't mean to leave. I'm gonna level it up to 4, just because I am willing to bet it's gonna be like min roll. It's gonna be like a good Hu Tao piece, but it's gonna not actually be good because I'm gonna manifest this into, you know, I want this to be a unicorn piece that is the reverse of a. I've never gotten the reverse of a like 50 CV, which is where you get like all minimum rolls. That's what I want. I want the unicorn piece that's all minimum rolls. That's not a minimum roll. Sad. But let's see if we can get the unicorn piece for all minimum crit rolls. Alright. It's not a 4-liner though. That's what I really want. Oh. That's a minimum roll though. Okay, sure, we'll continue for the lulls. Is that also a min roll? That's also a min roll. It's gotten 3 min rolls so far. I think it's min roll. Yeah. What the frick? Alice? Yes, Alice is in Clee's mom. The lady with the Hot Wheels track hat. I did Dehya with her. Ignore the C2 and Effa. Yeah. And C60. Yeah. That was not a min roll. Sad. What an artifact. This looks like a 2-line artifact. Alright. That was a waste of resin XP, or artifact XP. But yeah, someday I want to acquire the unicorn piece, because the minimum, you can have a 4-line piece that has all crit rolls, and the crit value is 5.4 times 7. So you can have a piece that is 4-line and rolls entirely into crit and is not 40 CV, is only 37.8. You can actually get some non-minimum rolls actually still. So that's what I want. I want an all crit roll piece that does not, like an all crit roll 4-line piece that is not 40 CV. That's what I want someday. Yeah, we have the right Chong Lane kill. We're gonna do this. Should've done that earlier. Wow. How much crit does my Chevers have? 30. Alright. Wonder if I can fix this build too. Why is that side selected? Yeah, this build could definitely be improved. Could definitely be improved. Maybe I'll work on it. Why is Chevers there? I'm assuming you're joking. Sexter Morgan. Either you are not watching in real time and you're chatting in the live chat, but you're watching like an hour ago, or you were making a joke, which is fair. I did not get the buff going. Nope. Whatever. Wow. Never really paid much attention to that aspect with roll variation. Yeah, unfortunately, roll variation literally is a difference maker in that, like, it can functionally turn 4-line, like where I suggested there, that circumstance of a 4-line artifact with double crit not even being 40 CV even with all crit rolls. Is a circumstance where, like, functionally it turns 4-line artifacts into 3-line artifacts just by getting unlucky with bad roll value. And that kind of sucks a lot. I strongly feel that the primary really terrible thing about the artifact system is the roll variation. I think it's a very, very unnecessary layer of RNG. And particularly having experienced a gacha, Zenless, that does not have the stupid roll variation that Genshin has, I even more strongly feel that. 4-line Veresa Goblet was barely an upgrade over my 3-line one. Yep. In Suggest Theory, there will be a reverse melt DPS. It's the blonde lady. I don't know her name. That's what Yan said Alice before. I see. C6 R5 Raiden? No, it is C5. Which, I mean, to be clear, is there a difference between C6 and C5? Yes. In one that actually matters for Raiden's damage? No. Like, not at all. This is the same as this, functionally. C3 Raiden is where Raiden's damage increase stops. But it's R1. So, anyways, a very good build, mind you. Like, this is a very, very good Raiden build. I don't remember what it ranked at. I don't really care to check right now, but yeah. This is where we landed upon after min-maxing a bunch of different things a little while ago. And I'm farming Emblem because I still want it to be better. I re-rolled this timepiece the other day with re-rollers, and it rolled better, which is cool. So, I don't know. Anyways, there's some various min-maxy things to do here. This one is a potential re-roll target. But yeah, the only thing to really do, I think though, is get a. I want like a this circlet but onset would be really nice to have. It's kind of my current feeling, but I could also just maybe re-roll something like this and try to get a tiny bit more crit damage. What my monkey brain wants is I want to have 80% crit damage with 80% crit damage, 80% crit rate with 150 crit damage. But that's actually like kind of really, really awful and hard to do. And at this point, essentially requires a god tier circlet onset to potentially achieve. So actually, if I get this circlet or like this circlet, but like one more, like a 35 crit damage circlet, right? Would that actually enable me to do that? I don't know if it would. Well, there's that. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good, to say the least. But it doesn't have more crit damage. Like I want this piece, but like with 28 crit damage and one less crit rate roll. This piece, but rerolled. It feels insane to reroll this piece, though. I guess I don't even really have the piece to make that work properly. Oh no, I do. I have this. Why is it on Stathos? Oh, this is gonna be a Flynn's piece, but I could use this. All right. So yeah, if I get the equivalent of this, but ideally slightly better. But if it rolls poorly, I can just re-roll it in the future, right? But 4-line attack percent, crit damage, right? This is the main goal, and ER would be a nice bonus. But I don't know. I've already spent an insane amount of resin in this count, but it was a long time ago at this point. So. Okay. It's a little bit of a troll, I gotta say. It's a good artifact, but like it's a little bit of a troll to give me the reverse. But it's not high roll, it's also min roll. It's min roll out the butt actually, but anyways. Oh, that attack roll wasn't min roll. I forgot attack can go to 14. But it is worth acknowledging that a crit damage circlet that rolls really, really, really heavily into crit rate could then like let's go into hypotheticals, like 14 crit rate here with, we need to find a piece that is a whole bunch of crit rate. Yeah, like this. Let's hypothetical. I think I could tolerate that. I think I could tolerate that. All right. I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm gonna open up. Wait, I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm gonna minimize OBS. Close my eyes, and then I'm gonna open up just my left eye and look at the chat. I'm gonna do that. All right, eyes closed. Oops, where's my mouse? There it is. Okay, now eyes closed. I see a LMAO. I'm going to assume all bad rolls. Wow. Impressive. I wanted all crit rate rolls, and it's like, okay, how about 0? Alright, beautiful. Wow. And the question is this even a reroll target? It's going to give a max crit rate roll at the end here, by the way. I guarantee you. I lied. Wow, that is APs. That is an artifact. I mean, rerollers exist now. So for what it's worth, I didn't have a 4-line crit damage circlet with stats that like made sense to... Oh no, I did. I lied. Okay. Well then actually for real, does it actually even make sense to reroll? If it had ER, I would actually say, yeah, reroll that sucker. But it doesn't have ER. Wow. Well, I'm gonna star both these pieces now. Well, that was truly a game changer for me today, for my Raiden build. Glad to have acquired that. It's a really, really big deal. All right, sick, exciting. All right, I closed the app after that piece. Yeah, I know, right? Are we done on this camp for the day? I think we are. Let's go on the casual camp. Total. As EM could be for a future character, yeah. I mean, honestly, that piece is not terrible. Particularly with context of future rerolls if you need the crit. But if you already have like a decent, like if you're not trying to reach a particular crit value, or a crit rate threshold, which on Raiden, like Raiden is the most miserable character, one of the most miserable characters in the game to build, because they made a unit that is enjoyable to build for damage, that has a signature weapon that does not give crit, and has a kit that does not give any crit, an artifact set that does not give any crit, and it turns her into wanting, with her signature weapon in particular, basically all the crit stats. Just all of them. And it makes it poopy. Oh, I just realized I was muted when I was yapping that, because I had... Yep. Man, I'd really like... I feel fine, but just the freaking random needing to blowing my nose. Random need to blow my nose and whatever is just obnoxious. Anyways, I was yapping about how this account is not I'm not gonna call this account free to play anymore because someone gave it a welcome, and I cannot stop people from giving a welcome or whatever, but I prefer people don't still. All right. Anyways, am I at 4-star pity yet? Can I get a Bennett? I am not at 4-star pity, but it's 4-star soft pity, so increased chance for a 4-star. Hello, C5 Bennett. Okay. I don't hate Eva, but like he's not gonna really be useful in this account anytime soon. Low spender account then? No, I have not spent anything. I have not spent anything. It is a casual account. Yes. Kathlina is the low spender. There's 4-star soft pity. Yep. It's only 9. Like 10 is the guarantee. 9 is an increased chance. I don't remember what it is. It's like 30% or something. Get rid of the dang things here. Alright. There we go. Okie dokie. Resin today. I think my priority is still trying to finish the or finish at least leveling up my existing Mulan artifacts, I believe, to figure out where I need to spend my resin elsewhere. I think that's all I'm gonna do today. I don't think I'm in the mood to go and farm to get the flowers for her and Sea Lolly. Need more crystal flies, dang it. Casual or whale casual? What does that mean? Like it, what the frick do you mean? To clarify. I have not spent any money on this account. I cannot prevent people from spending money unless I want to hide the UID for eternity, which I'm not going to do, because one of the things I like about having this account is that I can play with EU viewers. So all I can do is say I would prefer people don't give to it, but anyways. I'm just rage baiting. I see. Well, it failed because I don't even know what you meant. The question didn't make any sense. Whale casual is you whale once in a while. Casual is probably welcomes VP. No, I wasn't. I'm not calling this account. This account is not called casual because who calls something casual based on the amount of money you spend? It's casual because I don't log in very regularly. It's casual because I don't get hyper focused on progressing to endgame. How's the new PC? It's working. I need to get all the software. I think I might take tomorrow, not stream tomorrow, in order to just spend the day getting not getting all, but getting most of the main software things I need to be able to do, to do streaming and recording on it. Because I'm not streaming on it right now. Seems it worked after all. I mean, it worked after someone else described it. It worked after someone else tried to define casual as a money spending term. Don't think I need those. Sister didn't realize there was rerollers in the game and threw away a double crit hydro goblet from Mulan and Wanders. And it died a little. Wow. Good job, dear sister. That's the casual experience. That's why I threw away all the weapons in this account. I didn't realize when you threw away all your weapons that it was permanent. That's what happened. That's exactly what happened. You threw the stone, others follow. That's true. Wow. Okay. Should I level that? Eh. You post the Anefa video? What do you mean the Anefa video? I posted the Anefa video like 2 or 3 weeks ago or whatever. The video I recorded that I haven't posted is the Skirk C1 video. Managed to get Sweet Lolly. Yep. We also managed to get Mualani. Not on purpose. I just was doing... it was literally like a 8-pity Mualani. We lost our capturing radiance, but oh well. I should try that. Oh, I clicked on those so much. Sweet Lolly, to summarize, it was pain. That's all I feel like saying. I don't feel like telling the whole story of Sweet Lolly again. If you want the story of Sweet Lolly, you have to watch the actual stream. It was pain. And then we got trolled by Mualani. Such is life. I mean, sure, I'll lock that, I guess. Yeah, my Mualani build in this account is kind of in an awkward spot where I really, really, really would like to use an off-piece timepiece. And the game hates me, and it made both of the onset goblet options roll poopy. Like, such a troll in the game's part to do that. To have a very significant value and desire to have an onset goblet for all the million HP timepieces I have, and then it's like, nope, make the onset goblets roll poopy. But my offset goblets aren't that incredible, so it's probably fine. It's just insulting. Anyways. Hey, this is the Hydro Goblet. Thanks, Mahoyo. I like it. Exactly what I needed. And now we have a second one. Should I roll that? I don't know. Mineral. Yeah, I'll take it to level 8. High roll crit damage or bust. I mean, it listened. Okay, I was intending to level up my existing pieces, not this piece. No. I think my existing one's gonna be better. Cope is it? Well, I mean, it depends on the last roll a little bit. And now I don't have the... God damn it. Okay, you know what? Let's start leveling up some off pieces. Mm-hmm. You. Okay. So the reason that I don't necessarily think it makes sense to roll that further is because I have so many. Like, I have this, right, as an example. Like, I can just feed that into this. I feel like I should be able to get a no bad roll piece from how many HP timepieces I have. Whether it be on the 3-liner or the 4-liner. Things could go wrong, though, and I might regret throwing this away, so... I probably shouldn't. Okay, it's fine. Alright, well, the Mualani grind will continue, but not today. That's my vibe. Can I get another wish if I do the event? Yes, I can. Alright, sure. Let's go take a photo. Wield the power of Animo. That's an annoying spot. This will be faster. You can go to a bug report and get the light cones back if you accidentally deleted them. Really? Interesting. What would happen if I go wrote a bug report? I accidentally deleted my 5-star weapons in this account. Give back, please. I'm like 90. That's the wrong direction. I'm like 90% certain they would say no. I'd be like, what are you talking about? You did this over a year ago. Yeah, I just remembered. It was clearly a bug. That I accidentally did that. Honestly, I just want back Lost Prayers. And... what other weapons do I have that'd be actually, like... semi-relevant to have back? That I care about. Did I have a Jade Spear? Does anyone remember? I don't remember if I had a Jade Spear. Like, I think I would just take back the standard weapons is my point. Sauce? I mean, sure, yes. But I want the standard weapons back. I prefer this account, actually. I am perfectly fine with not having the limited 5-star weapons. But if I added a Jade Spear, I would like the Jade Spear back. Anyways. Yeah, ask for them back to delete them again. I didn't even think about that. That would be a power move. Oh, ask for them back and then just immediately throw them away again. Oh, God. I love it. All right. Maybe I will email them. It would be really funny if they did that. I don't think they can. I don't think they can when it's been so long. Anyways, power of Animo. Yeah, sure. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Let the wind lead. Wow. That's a camera. Alright. Or that's a photo. Leeway or the Traveler. I just swapped out the Leeway character from this team, didn't I? Infinite ore glitch? Would they steal back the ore you got from getting the weapons? Maybe, I have no idea. Hello, Shao. Yep, I did indeed remove the one character that I could use here. It's fine. I'm gonna put him back anyways.
For justice.
For justice. What would Ziox choose for a Shao pose? Formal, cool, or fun? I think Ziox has an internalization that he is cooler than he is. So Ziox would choose a cool pose. Let me know if I'm right. I mean, Ziox might not have done this yet, so it might be a future prediction. 2 p.m. to 6. That's annoying. Really? Also 2 a.m. to 6, not 2 p.m. But also, really? 4 minutes? That's like 3 in-game seconds. Ugh. Yay. What a photo. Alright. Claim. Claim. Lost my voice there for a second. What? Blame the residual congestion sickness and early Bennett. Okay. Oh man, am I really gonna have yet another freaking banner? Like I wish for Bennett copies before last time he was around too. Like, can I have another godforsaken banner where I can't get any freaking copies of Bennett? It's kind of pissing me off. I just want to be done with Bennett on this account. Whatever. Alright. Literally getting C5 and C6 Bennett is like a 10% DPS upgrade for Arlecchino. It's just like a significant free DPS upgrade. Not free, but like, it shouldn't be this hard to get freaking Bennett copies. Wishing for Flynn's in this account? Probably not. Okay. Anyways, let's go back to main account. Wait, did we claim our dailies? Just double check. I think we did. Yeah, alright. Sick. Go do some dire difficulty things. What time is it? It's 5:30 p.m. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'm not out of energy, but I also have some errands I could go run. That might be worth running. So I'm just like thinking, how long should I stream for? So I oftentimes run into a habit. I press the wrong buttons. I run into the habit of streaming a little bit too long sometimes. Oh no, I accidentally threw away my weapons and recorded a video explaining that I did so because I hated the weapon banner. Please help me. Yeah, it was all an accident. It was all an accident. Believe me. It clearly is a bug in my brain. Can't wait for the 6.0 trailer. Yeah. I assume the stream is this week, right? I got a plan around that. Actually, now that I think about it. Should be this week, right? Yeah, it should be. Okay. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to try to properly adapt my sleep schedule for this. For that. Seen K-pop Demon Hunters? Not yet. I actually forgot. I set up my TV and I haven't watched it yet. Oh shoot! I forgot. I definitely should though. All right. Why does Chevers? It's a good question. We still have Muika Weapon on her. I'm gonna keep on testing Muika Weapon. Watch it in theaters? Why? Also, it's not in theaters. Didn't trigger bad. Okay, there we go. Oh crap, I didn't know what I heard. Oh, those non-crits. Figure out how. It definitely, it definitely feels a bit more RNG with a 60% crit rate for some reason. It's pretty fun. You went on Saturday night. Is it in theaters now? That's interesting. Oh boy, those non-crits. That's a lot of non-crits. Almost like 60% crit rate might not. I didn't use my skill beforehand. Redo. Maybe I should have continued, but all those crits were landing. Holy. Wow, we landed like every one. Other than I think one we missed. Alright. Why did you target that? I was not anywhere near it. Oh, now all the non-crits. Alright, there they are. Yeah, I didn't funnel energy the one time, so yep. Alright. What? It's no longer beneficial to the population as a whole. It's currently... What in the frick are people talking about in my chat? U.S. You're oversimplifying the U.S. Parita. Like what you're talking about is more specifically referred to as anti-intellectualism, and it's not really a uniquely American phenomenon. It's just we have a certain pile of garbage in charge right now. Okay. That probably didn't make sense to use, but frick. I don't know, I'm kind of not feeling Mawika's weapon. But it's probably just the RNG. Why did that? No. Isn't Bennett better than Chevers here? No. Go look at the link. Back to using this. DPS Kirara clear as possible on Dire. Off the top of my head, no. Not against this boss, I don't think. It's mainstream media. I mean, you tell me why foreign media is obsessed about reporting on American bullshit. Well, I can tell you why. It's because What? It's because America has a lot of world political influence and whatever. It's like they're a global superpower. And what they do with that power is they be cringe. But honestly, if you look at the real history of what America has done, America's always been kind of cringe. It just takes shape in different ways or forms. And the real question is,
Can we recover from where we are? Oh, I didn't land that crit at the end. Thank you. Do this. Am I gonna move? Nope. Okay. Go through the shield. All right. A little bit too slow through the shield, I think. No, we don't have energy. No. No, this could have been a really good attempt. Ah. Pray for your downfall every day. Well, that's nice. Full EMD? Probably not. Why did I not funnel those energy particles to you, Nepa? I don't know. We'll see if it matters. Yeah. That's one bait, not that big a deal. Maybe it is, honestly, I don't know. Why did I shield there? Whatever. Nothing I can do about it now. Try to take advantage of it, I guess, at least. Did I actually land that? I don't know if I did. Oh, no. Event weapon energy. Unfortunately, the event weapon does not work in this team. You need to be the unit equipping it needs to be the one to trigger the reaction to get the energy. C2 and Nefa is screwing you over. Wait, does C2 and Nefa give a shield on burst? Well, you just gave me a reason to never get C2 and Nefa. Did you try this boss again? Line up for me. What do you mean by try it again? Yes? I don't hate this boss. I said I hated this boss earlier, but I don't actually hate this boss. I think it's fine. Oh, stop missing that crit. How are you not taking anything on your shield? Did you move? No, you didn't. How did you just take nothing on your shield the whole, like, for 15 seconds? Ah. Yeah, that just ends the attempt. Don't dare to enter this level 110 shit. Yeah, that's fair. I don't blame you. I think that is the correct answer for most people. Wait, I gotta make. Oh, frick. Oh, that was my bad. Oh. Chevers C6 in this team? Yes. Well, not just for C6, it's also the healing. Ah, crap. We're overtaking with Pyro. Oh, man. That's good. Good. Got perma taker. Good. That was one, a whole lot of non-crits, and also a whole lot of not vaporizing. Crap. Farina, do I not have Farina up? Oh my god. That was my bad, I guess. But also, can I still, why did that take so long? I did not, I might not have ended up that either. The optimization for this phase is what is by far the most annoying here. I think there's something I'm missing that's probably relatively obvious that will help me get there, but... Bruh. Electric charge damages this... Yes, I know. I know that electric charge damages the shield. The annoyance I have is the inconsistency, I believe, with just... See, there are problems with the Nefa uptime that I'm missing, that it's going down. Because I'm trying to use a burst only. Relative to when it's doing the stupid stall phase timing. Like having a time challenge with the boss with these freaking mechanics that's like just spends 10 seconds moving around. It's just so stupid. Anyways. With how Genshin is designed, I don't have any good ideas for how they could do a end game combat that isn't a time challenge, but you know, is what it is. Okay. Yeah, just like every boss nowadays, just how do we do a stall mechanic that requires some particular combination of characters in order to get through the stall mechanic. But the specific nuances of how exactly, like, you know, the shield works and whatever with timing of the electro charge, lunar charge hits. Why am I not triggering lunar charge there, right? Like, what, is the game just targeting the other hats? I don't know what's happening. That's what's kind of annoying me, is that the inconsistencies here that just sometimes naturally happening are kind of significant for whether or not I can have a clear that clears. Anyways. Maybe a wave-based thing? Maybe, yeah. I would like to see them do endless waves of enemies in some form. No, unlucky non-crits there. Just gotta do this. Saber burst. This is the wall we're hitting. We're like, we can definitely get a little bit more damage than that. We saw it before, but it's just like, oh, I don't know. It's really hard to know exactly how far can you push it. Because obviously there's a limit. Just where is it exactly? Can you take damage? At least on your shield? No? Okay. That's cool with you. Pyro.
How are you so far away from your burst? No, the NFAER is doomed. Doomed. Man, I kind of want to just see if I can do Contain. No, it's taking too long to do the shield. Right. You do that, you're taking too much time, take some damage mechanic from IT. Yeah, I mean, I like that better as far as, like, that's still just a time challenge, but in a slightly different format. But I definitely like the take too much damage, take a bunch of damage after you're taking too much time thing more. Because it gives a lot more, it gives a lot more dynamic flexibility to, like, the amount of actual time you can take. And gives a reason to, like, have, you know, a mechanic that you dodge. Because you can dodge the lightning, it's just, like, really tricky. And yada yada. But... there's things they could do, but I also think there's specific reasons they don't want to do them. Right, we're gonna overtake with Pyro, yeah. Let me try it. There was a lot of non-crits I saw. Do that. Bro, the non-crits on the final hit is making me go insane. Oh. Obviously not it. It so much feels like across across mini rotations, minor time losses from energy things. Every gacha male content creator is making an ad for that game. What game? What game are you talking about? Is it one I got emailed about? I didn't even look into the game. Let me go check. They did not I did respond to them, but they didn't respond to me. Okay. Because I responded too late. Is it Duet Night Abyss? Because they did contact me about doing a sponsored 1-hour live stream. And I said, oh, because live stream sponsorships are very easy. And I was like, yeah, sure, I guess. And they didn't respond because I responded too late. They emailed me like a Tuesday last week. I didn't respond to them until Saturday. Oops. Blue Protocol? I haven't heard of it. All right. Anyways. Oh yeah, someone suggested try sucrose here. I am fairly certain, or not sucrose, try Gene here. I am fairly certain Gene is not going to be better. But wait, why Gene actually, for realsies? Why Gene instead of sucrose? Oh, because of healing. Yeah, sorry. Duh. Where are you? Actually, where the hell are you? Why am I blind? Was she not just down here? What happened? She's up here. Okay. Stream's bitrate is so good. Yeah, I after I got new internet, I switched to streaming quite a bit higher quality on YouTube. I forgot I had Gene. I did the Shepherd's setup. Wait, oh, I was not paying attention. Game mode with trial characters only? Nah. No thanks. Why? Because, like, it's a grindy ass gacha game. I wanna have systems that reward me for investing in my characters. Like, I can tell you, if the UGC game mode does not allow using your own characters, it's gonna be the main flaw of the game mode to me. How are you not freaking knocked out yet? Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is not better. Stop. Oh my god. No. Alright. UGC game mode. User generated content. They've made multiple posts about it if you missed it. There's going to be a user generated content mode they're adding. Shilonen? No, I refuse. To be clear, there's a very good chance Shilonen is going to going to be better here because I have C2 Shilonen. But if this does clear, that's not impressive to me at all. It's not impressive to me if this only clears on the strength of C2 Shilonen. That's lame and boring. C2 Verena I'm fine with using. But C2 Verena and C2 Shilonen is a no. Can I get my energy back? Jesus Christ. Okay, I need Fab on Shilonen too. Dio's not even really getting much more damage. Yeah, Dio's ER needs are stupid in this team. Like, we're not even actually doing that much better, funnily enough. To be clear, I think if I optimized it, I could do better, but I'm not going to. Sucrose and Prototype Ember. Eh. Could I? Maybe. It might be fine. It might make sense. I'd rather play the Shepherd's team. Again, you gotta remember, like, the enjoyment of this team is the synergy between Dehya and her, and then being able to buff Anefa a little bit at the same time. And reducing Dehya's ER needs a lot. Like, you just saw we had 175 ER on Dehya with Shilonen in there. It's going to be the same situation as Sucrose. Alright, so funnel to you, whatever. Why'd I just do that? I mean, actually, there is potential reason to do that now that I think about it, but don't know very often here. We're overtaking. Nope. Overtaking Pyro is a reset, I think, at this point.
Oh yeah, yes, that's true. This thing does go to negative 100% resistance, I believe, or very close to it, if I recall. I don't remember exactly how much. When it's in its down phase after you break its shield, yeah. So actually, Red Shred does indeed, against this enemy in particular, lose extra value here. Brina, I really need you to not take so long to do that. I was trying to get a fat trigger to go while I like bursted, but whatever. Okay, wow, we landed a crit on that last hit for once. Crazy. I should, you know, I think... Sorry, I'm dying. I think starting with an Epa skill there does potentially make sense for the second phase. You know what I think it is? I think it's Dehya's skill getting in the way. I can actually try something slightly different here. Do this. You. Yeah. Okay. Staggers there, but oh well. Yeah. It took so long to get to the second phase. I don't have energy. The contain temptation. Negative 90%? Yeah, okay. I mean, still, negative 90% means... I didn't trigger Fathom Brina. Wow. Negative 90% means it's really, really kind of... you don't gain that much value from 40% Red Shred. You're only getting a tiny, tiny upgrade. Yeah, we got a vape. I might have to return this another day. Why is Shivers in the team? Check out the link. She's better than Bennett here with C6. Not just C6 though. That makes her make sense here. I do think, I can't test it, but I do think it would work without C6 Shivers. Just a little bit more sus. And probably not better than Bennett. I suspect without C6. Charlotte to get rid of the electric turtle shield? Yeah, I did too. Well, technically. Didn't for the first dire clear, but I did for the second dire clear. Is healing that necessary? I mean, you need some healing for Farina, yeah. It's the healing, the damage bonus, and then her team-wide attack buff, which is not in C6, that's in her base kit. And then the artifact set you can use also gives a buff. And then you use Fab on her, and you funnel particles. You funnel her pyro particles that she generates on her skill hit, and ideally Fab particles to Dehya, and you can substantially reduce Dehya's ER needs. The way I have configured this team a little bit for Stygian Onslaught specifically is doing a little bit more than just funneling to Dehya. I'm also trying to, like, you know, figure out Ineffa's ER needs because they're a nightmare in Stygian, and part of the consideration is maybe switching to Catane, because Catane could let me go a little bit different direction build-wise. That might make sense. I don't know. It's a Neffa on right now at 2p Staff of Scarlet Sands. No, the goal is not to clear with Dehya C6. The goal is not even to clear with Dehya C4. The goal is to clear with Dehya C3. We're on with no healing. Yeah, it's gonna be shit. You gotta understand. Farina's an ass character without any healing bonus. Without any healing. Like, she is a bad character. I know would be much better than Farina here if we don't have any healing. But I don't know. I'm willing to give that I do have, you know, Elegy on Oberon, which might help him a little bit. But he doesn't give a team-wide buff. I mean, scroll, yes, but, you know. Anyways. I don't know. Sure, for the lulz. Let's throw it in. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and at least try it once. Oberon in general, I would say, in my experience, has been pretty ass in Stygian. And there is some weird min-maxing we could do with Farina, like, do this. He needs more energy. It's almost like the energy from Shepherds is important. Not well timed. But... oh crap! It already went to Hatman. Frick. Nice. Anyways,
Is it dysfunctional against this boss specifically? No. Because so much of this boss is, you know, incentivized towards the electric charge and lunar charge and whatever. And it would let you min-max and Neffa's damage a little bit more, but we're not trying to play carry and Neffa. But yeah, Chevreuse in particular with C6 can be very compelling in a lot of weird random contexts. But honestly, just at a baseline, don't undervalue the potential of a 40% team-wide attack buff. Please, trigger electric charge? Why? Really? Did Dehya really just overwrite the... Yeah, more energy, yes, would help a little bit on Dehya, but no. That was dumb. Refinement for Fav, I have 4 R1. I mean, they're very nice to have. I'd say Farina is one of the characters in the game. I didn't trigger Fav. That has the least need for Fav refinements. I'd say if you want to do Fav Chevreuse, you really want refines. I think Chevreuse is a little miserable. If you're playing at least not burst Chevreuse like I'm doing here. Chevreuse is a bit miserable on the Fav without a refine. And I think a lot of characters can be like that. But Farina is already meant to be built for crit for damage. And is one of the characters I would say doesn't need Fav refines that badly. But it doesn't, if you don't have a use for the other, you probably don't need 4 Fav swords, most likely. Now you're probably safe to at least refine one of them, maybe multiple. Good. We don't have any energy. Let me frickin' switch my character, you butthole. I miss Eli saying goodbye in chat. Goodbye, Eli. Did I Chevreuse? I don't know what I did. I was distracted. Nice. Just wait for the cooldown. Okay. This. I was close to one of my best, I think, first starts. Wasn't quite. No. Oh. It's like this is the optimization experience where you have like parts of it where you're like okay, this part went really well, and then key minor things went wrong. You're just like, god damn it. Dehya crowned? Yes. I highly doubt I'd be bothering this if she wasn't crowned, but she's been crowned for a long time. Okay. Okay. I'll have to think over things. I might do one of my concerns is if I try to use Katane on an Effa, that might be a good path forward to try to improve things. Because like Katane and Effa might allow me to change the optimization there into use attack timepiece on Dehya, or HP timepiece if I can get away with that. But and then I start, doing things like funneling all the fat particles to Dehya rather than an Effa, right? Don't have to worry about weird crap like whether or not I was losing uptime on Staff of Scarlet Sands passive, yada yada. Like it could be a better optimization path, but I should also go and check because I'm a little bit skeptical my Gilded Dreams build on Katane would be better than 2-piece, like, or it's not better than 2-piece on a damage level, but specifically I'm worried that my Gilded Dreams build would not have enough ER even with Katane. Like it would have enough ER with Katane outside of Stygian context, but in the context of Stygian zero energy start is a little different, and I might still need like 40 ER or something. So I should go and run some numbers on what her damage looks like on a 2-piece build, because a 2-piece build I have better substat quality on, and I have the ability to run more ER substats than on my 4-piece Gilded Dreams. Use Gilded on if is it good for her? Depends on the team. In this team, Gilded is definitely best in slot, I would say. But like, does that mean it's better than your 2-piece combos? No. Because Gilded Dreams is just like slightly better than 2-piece combos. Like read Gilded Dreams for a minute, right? Like 2-piece EM, and then when you trigger a reaction, and it has to be the character themselves triggering a reaction, which can sometimes cause problems, but I don't think it causes problems on an FA usually. Anyways, you get 14% attack for each party member whose elemental type is the same as the equipping character, and 50 EM for each party who is a different elemental type. So in this team context, 4-piece Gilded Dreams is giving just a bunch of EM, right? Well, it's giving 40% attack and then 150 EM. And it's basically like having an additional 2-piece bonus, right? It's kind of like you can kind of think of 4-piece Gilded Dreams as a 2-piece total bonus, but like slightly worse than that. It's more like 2-piece 1-piece if there was a 1-piece bonus. Because 14% attack, right, is 4% attack less than 2-piece attack percent kind of thing, right? So anyways, you get the point. Like the total amount of stats it gives, like the 4-piece bonus giving a little bit more bonus than just doing 2-piece means that like
the fact that you can do any kind of combo of 2-piece EM, 2-piece attack percent, and they're all good on a Nepha, and run, you know, your really good Wanderer's Troop or Gilded Dreams artifacts that you might have had because you, like me, you played the game for 3 billion years, and you get a lot of these from boss farming, means that like the overall substat quality on 2-piece is much higher than the substat quality on Gilded Dreams, unless I had happened to spend a stupid amount of resin in the Gilded Dreams domain, right? Aren't the TRs a 1-piece? They're like 3-star or 4-star artifacts. There's no 4-star 1-piece artifacts. Yes, Freena's on Tenacity, which calc-wise seems to be barely worse than Golden Troop, like literally 0.2% worse than Golden Troop. And I actually have, for this specific team context, I think I have better build options on this set right now than Golden Troop. One thing we didn't even properly try to test was, like, there's minor issues if you didn't see with like Freena not getting her burst back ideally, but usually that wasn't the problem. It was obviously usually Nefa was the problem, so I should maybe mess around with trying to do an ER timepiece on Freena. Because what that would allow is, it would allow basically always getting Freena's burst back early, and theoretically, and then I could like funnel all fab particles from Freena to someone else, which could be valuable. But it's legit impressive how well this team works in this Dehya damage. Yeah. Don't just thank me though. Reddit link is linked in the description for the person that had the idea originally. I wish I had, but I was not the one that came up with the idea, at least. I've just been doing a bunch of testing with it on my account specifically. And it's right on this really awkward borderline right now of like, I think it can clear Dire, but it's really tricky. Oh. Yes, I have a very good Warrior Cautious. I haven't tried. I've tried Martial Hunters on Dehya before. I think Martial Hunter Dehya is not what you do here. I'm like quite confident of that. It's kind of like with a C2 Dehya in particular, at least C2 plus Dehya, like her skill damage does matter a little bit, and the time it takes for the stacks to build up also can matter, and the fact that the 2-piece bonus doesn't do anything means it's just. And it's also then you run into the same situation where like one thing in the C1 Skirk video, I don't know if it will actually show up in the C1 Skirk video. C1 Skirk on paper should significantly exaggerate the difference of the fact that 4-piece Martial Hunter is better than her signature artifacts. If you're playing, you know, like Freena Escopia, right? You can use 4-piece Martial Hunter, and for her the 2-piece bonus actually does something, and the 4-piece crit bonus actually would benefit her C1. Whereas the 4-piece damage bonus on this does not benefit her C1. So, like on paper, Martial Hunters should be meaningfully better than this set with C1, at least. Like it's not crazy. It's not meaningfully better to a crazy extent at C0, but it's more just like if you already have a good MH set, you kind of don't need to bother farming this set for her. Is the general idea. But when I tested it, like it didn't really help. I put an MH build on her, and it was a pretty ideal MH build. Like not that it couldn't be improved, but I'd say my investment level of like artifact substat quality on my MH build was similar to my overall substat quality on this build, and it didn't result in the ability to get more damage out, to be able to clear Dire. Like the goal was that in the video when I activated Skirk C1, that I could go from clearing Dire, because I cleared Dire Turtle with Skirk C0, right? But I used Farina with Seat Lolly C1 and Escoffier. And Seat Lolly C1 with Sig Weapon in particular is a pretty significant buff. So what I wanted Skirk C1 to be able to enable me to clear Dire Mode Turtle with Charlotte instead of Seat Lolly. And it did do that. C1 did do that, but it took a lot of it took some optimization. And I'm not that good of a Skirk player, mind you, but it took some optimization to get to that point. But one of the things I tested there was testing 4-piece MH versus this set, because it's like, okay, theoretically, MH might be what gets me there, because I was just like, because initially I was experiencing that I was just barely not clearing Dire Mode Turtle with Charlotte, even with C1 activated. But it was like really close. Kind of like we've been experiencing today with Dehya, where like it's really close to clearing sometimes, but it's just like, ugh, need that last little bit. I tried MH because I thought 4P's MH might be the last little bit, but it didn't result in increased damage, because sometimes it doesn't matter if it's better on paper, because it's better on paper because of the crit rate. But when you're doing many runs, crit rate isn't necessarily as beneficial, because you do have natural optimization, like running 80% crit rate versus like on a spreadsheet level, running 80% crit rate versus 100% crit rate with everything other stat being the same is a pretty damn big difference. Like it's a 20% DPS upgrade potentially. Not necessarily, because that assumes that the character that goes from 80 to 100% is doing all the team's damage, and that's not usually the case. But you get the point, right? It could be like a 10 to 20% DPS upgrade, going from 80% crit rate to 100% crit rate. But if you're doing runs where you're naturally just accidentally optimizing around critting, the extra 20% crit, like going from 80 to 100, doesn't necessarily matter. And that's been my general experience, especially with Dire Mode optimization, is like the 4P's crit bonus sets, when you have alternative sets that have high enough investment, don't matter. And my point is 4P's MH is probably shit on Dehya, in particular because the 2P's doesn't do anything at all, but also issues with keeping the stacks up because they only are kept on field, and then also just build up time issues for them, like Farina's hits have to happen and yada yada. Oh, and not to mention actually, well, no, that should be a problem. Never mind. But anyways, you get the point. It could be. I have tested MH with Dehya before with Farina, and I found it was ass. And I think in particular in this team, it will be even more ass. Is my vibe. But Emblem Dehya might be relevant to try, and I might tweak around with that. But I think I'm out of the energy to do that right now. Why does your Farina have so much HP? Isn't she C2? What do you mean? She has HP because she's built with artifacts. If you are you really misinformed to the degree where you think that HP is bad to have on her? If you have C2, that's not how that works. To be clear, should I go and double check how she performs on an Hydro Goblet? Sure. I should probably go double check in this case, since I am min-maxing the team to an extent that it might matter here. But just because Hydro Goblet is better if you have C2 doesn't mean it's better than my Hydro Goblet. Also, I have literally ran optimization on my Farina before, and most of the time it tells me that, like, Farina was one of the things in the past that I had considered using the optimizer for, and it tended to tell me that my HP Goblet was better for C2. Even with C2. Like, just because it's better on paper. I literally just had a whole ass yap about, like, how spreadsheet numbers don't necessarily map to in practice. And things like main stats on goblets being best is definitely one of those things. And in this team in particular, one of the important things you got to remember, we ain't min-maxing C2 here. Like, to max out C2, you need to have a lot of healing. Using Chevers as the only healer, while having C2 Farina helps get us to the maximum damage bonus for Farina, for sure. We were probably, I don't even know if we're actually consistently getting, I'd have to go double check the fanfare totals estimates from the spreadsheet and multiply those out to get an estimate. I haven't been paying attention that closely to what Farina's total HP was there, right? But I'm pretty sure we're not maxing out the C2 here. So, like, the relative increase of how much HP she even gets from this depends. Like, there is actually just straight up never a universal answer to whether or not you should use HP or Hydro Goblet, and that's assuming I had a Hydro Goblet that was better than this, or equivalent to this, sorry. It's not really possible to get a Hydro Goblet better than this, that is. Unless I had a Hydro Goblet that is these same stats, but with HP percent versus EM is better. But Hydro Goblets are, on my account, are actually one of the things that are kind of meh. Like they're perfectly fine. I have plenty of options for covering different stats. Like this is pretty good for covering ER needs and whatever. It's a good Hydro Goblet. Here's an onset Emblem Goblet. This is probably the best option I have for my Farina, theoretically, if I don't need the ER. It's a good Mulan goblet. But yeah, I don't know. Like one thing I can tell you on Golden Troop, this is when I optimized my Golden Troop Frina build. This goblet is worse than this goblet for my Frina, even with C2 maxed out. Like that's how close the difference is, even with C2. It's like it doesn't matter. Is my point. Like use whatever you have the best substats on is my general vibe. And being that Farina relative to Dehya and Ineffa's damage is doing the lowest portion of the team's damage. Although C2 might change that, mind you. Actually, again, I don't know exactly how much damage increase I'm getting from C2 Farina in this team because we don't have so much fanfare build up that I think we're maxing it out. So it's weird. Anyways, I'm pretty sure HP Goblet is better in this team context. But I have to go run numbers to verify that for sure. It's just that it's almost assuredly not going to be different enough to matter, but it is something worth testing. I should probably go do a test with an HP Goblet or a Hydro Goblet. I just don't think I have the Hydro Goblet that would even have a chance to actually be better. And most likely I would just see no difference. Like I didn't even see any difference running 4-piece Golden Troop, right? I ran 4-piece Golden Troop on her and I didn't see much difference in the team's performance. So what difference is a Hydro Goblet going to make when I already have such a good HP Goblet, right? Anyways. HP is more beneficial anyway because of party buff. I mean, the party buff aspect, her total HP doesn't affect the party buff. What are we doing right now? Yapping about artifacts and potential things to min-max with the Dehya team. So I don't know. I might go test HP Goblet, I guess. And like, you're not wrong on on the fundamental base level. It's just in practice, it's almost assuredly not going to matter on my account. And yeah, I gotta go run numbers on Contain and see if that will affect anything. But I don't know. It's just like I think there's a very good chance I could spend a lot of resources trying to get Contain, and then it just doesn't matter. Like it won't actually improve things. You're playing on dire difficulty, minimal changes won't do much. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was talking about. Yep. So, but something like Contain might actually not be a minimal change. It might actually be a fairly impactful change because of Stygian's zero energy. I strongly feel they should just make all the bosses have some kind of energy refunding mechanic, right? Like if the cactus had energy refund when you broke its shield, that's fine. It's perfectly fine. Like it'll still be annoying for some teams to have no energy start. And like it doesn't have to be immediately full energy. Like it could be the equivalent of like, I don't know, 40 energy or something. I don't know. Either way, I strongly feel that all Stygian bosses should have some kind of energy refunding mechanic if they're going to start with zero energy, because it's like simultaneously not a problem for a lot of characters and teams, but then it is a major problem for optimization for a lot of other teams. And like it just restricts your team options in a way that's super lame, especially because like the bosses already have hyper restricted mechanics at a baseline. So having this additional energy thing that arbitrarily, just depending on the team, restricts things even more just feels so ass. Did you use Ineffa and Tenacity? I did test Ineffa on Tenacity. Yeah, actually I didn't test with, I actually got a new goblet last night. I didn't even think about that, but I got this after I tested initially. But this new goblet's not that much better. I was a little bit sad how this rolled. Like it rolled fine. This started with min roll crit damage, but it started with a high roll crit rate. So it min rolled crit rate, I think, or low roll crit rate. No, low roll crit rate, because I think it was a 3.5 crit rate. So low roll crit rate, high roll crit damage technically, because it started with min roll crit damage, and then it low rolled ER, and then one defense roll. So it's like this is not a bad goblet for her by any means, but it's a little bit sad, because it could have been a lot better. But anyways, I started because it might be a reroll target, but it's an intended problem to punish old teams. No, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. It's an intended thing to punish old teams, and it's just largely a thing that makes Stygian like it's just weird. Because like in some ways I kind of like don't hate it because of the fact it is like I think it is arguably the key mechanic that makes Stygian feel a lot different to play compared to Abyss, right? And I like that it has something that makes it feel a lot different to Abyss. And it's not just Abyss, but tanky or single target enemy, right? With more restrictive mechanics than Abyss even has. Like, it's just like, yeah, do they really have to shield the new things as much as they do? I feel like they don't have to, because like, I don't think the having, I don't know. Anyway, so that's my vibe. That's my vibe of like, I'm fine with the 0 energy start, but like the cactus should refund some energy when you break the shield. How much energy would be up to them to decide, but like, even if the cactus just refunded like 20, 30 energy, that would be a very big difference maker in how I could like optimize this specific team I've been trying to optimize. So anyways, I did try Tenacity and Nefa and failed. Well, not failed. I mean, it didn't seem to be better. I don't know. I didn't do, the problem is like I need to do mini runs to like truly test any specific difference. So I might test Tenacity and Nefa again. I don't know. The problem with Tenacity and Nefa though is I don't have EM main stats for Tenacity and Nefa to make sense. I have this piece, but I don't have a goblet that makes sense. And I don't have a goblet in conjunction with the circlet. That makes sense, right? For her. So, because I was running, I've been running a off-piece circlet on an Nefa. What off-piece circlet was I running? Frick, I don't even remember what it was at this point. I've changed my artifacts around too much. Oh no. But yeah, if I had better circlet or an on-piece EM goblet that wasn't that, maybe. So, but I can't really do it. So I can't do a Staff of Scarlet Sands Tenacity build is my point. And I think that's the main reason I saw it perform meaningfully worse. Not necessarily that Tenacity is inherently that much worse. Where was the freaking piece that I was on before? This one. Alright. No, I have not cleared it yet, sorry. I think I might have already answered you. But 0 energy star is not more fun, it's just Fav impact. Did I say it was more fun? I said it depends on the team. I said sometimes it can be interesting in that it is different, it requires meaningfully different gameplay than Abyss. And I think this not just being Abyss is a good thing. I didn't say it always creates more fun experiences. So, anyways, and yes, I think the fact that it shills Fab weapons is really stupid. Like, I don't know if their intended strategy is like meant to be on like a min-maxing level for the people that care about that to try to get them to pull more Fab weapons or something. But good God, I can tell you if you don't have options for Fab weapons, yeah, like not having options for Fab weapons is one of the reasons you should just not bother with dire difficulty ever. Because like not having options for Fab weapons is not that inherently problematic for fearless difficulty, but it is for dire, I would say. Like I think there's probably a non-zero amount of people that have the investment required to clear dire, but then would struggle because they don't have enough Favs. So, or they don't have builds that can take advantage of Favs, even if they do have the Favs, right? Like they don't have the ability to do what I did, where I changed my Shivers build around Fav. So, yeah. Whales should stop max whaling if they want a harder game. What? The 60-second clear mode is for the max whalers. That's not the problem here. Scapegoating, blaming whales for how they designed this is just silly, in my opinion. Sorry. And I would think I actively strongly feel that the 0 energy start decision in particular does not really shill for whaling. It does not incentivize whaling very much at all. it incentivizes Fav, and it incentivizes farming more artifacts, so you have the ability to change your builds around the 0 energy start. Like it. I strongly feel that it makes a lot of 5-star, not these ones specifically, but I think it makes a lot of 5-star weapons a lot worse to actually consider going for.
because of how much better Fab can be in this game mode. Here's a shield that blocks Fab. Procs have fun. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'll give them credit. It's one of the things that's enjoyable about the cactus. Is like you can proc shield. You still deal damage. I like this shield mechanic where you can still deal damage through the shield and then the enemy takes a portion of damage based on what was dealt to the shield. I really enjoy that mechanic for I enjoy that aspect of the shield mechanic for the cactus. The only thing I really don't like about the cactus is like how much of time it spends stalling doing its hat swapping around thing. Dual DPS team with Dehya? Is this not a dual DPS team with Dehya? What is a Nefa if not a DPS? If you mean dual main DPS, what character? I played, one of my favorite Dehya teams is Dehya, Yai, Eon, San, Chevers. I would also call that a dual DPS team. Because it takes advantage of the fact that Dehya doesn't need that much field time, and that allows me a lot more flexibility with field time to both keep 100% uptime on Yai's skills, but also min-max the utility of Yai's burst. There might be a chance you see that team in the account swapping video or collaboration later this week. Wink, wink, hint, hint. I'm gonna force other people to play it because it's one of my favorite Dehya teams. I would consider that a dual DPS team, but I also think that is not what you were suggesting. Like, I'm not against the idea, is my point, but I don't think there's actually that many characters that actually fit in with that, is the problem. There's not another Dehya in the game that requires, like, 8 seconds of field time. I've tried Dehya Raiden before and it doesn't feel like it works very well, for whatever reason. It works-ish, but not very well. I think what Raiden needed is the ability to be better. Sorry. I think she needed to buff more, maybe. Like, if Raiden gave 50% burst damage bonus, rather than, like, 10, and then dealt a little bit more personal damage at a baseline, like, not necessarily C2 level, just a little bit more, maybe it would have made more sense, but anyways. I don't know if I tried Raiden Chevers. I should probably try Raiden Chevers. Eons on Dehya. I've tried Raiden Dehya Chevers, but I think it was with Bennett. I haven't tried Eons on. I should try with Eons on. Anyways. Dehya Tignari for Arena Nahida. I haven't tried that specifically, but yeah, that'd be an interesting one. Bringing Pyro into the mix. That's a little bit, I don't know. It might work. I don't know. My D is C3. I'm fairly certain we would have gotten the clear relatively easily if I had C4 Dehya. I say relatively easily because, like, it still would require gameplay optimization, like energy funding. Then I also might have needed a EM timepiece instead of a attack or HP, which I don't have an EM timepiece currently. But when I get C4 Dehya next patch, I forgot about that. I will consider leveling it, or leveling it, doing an elixir thing. Yeah, I don't need this anymore. Oh, that was gross. I need to blow my nose. That's just negative 20% XP. No, I have not beaten Dire yet. Tars with Dehya. It's not very easy. Oh, this artifact. The here is... I kind of hate the existence of rerollers in some ways. Because, like, it makes me keep artifacts that in the past would just be like, oh well, and it's just XP now, right? You take the bad rolls as they come and you feed the bad artifact, like you'd feed this into another artifact, and it's like, oh well. But now this artifact, like,
EM 4-line double crit ER is such a rare freaking combination, right? Like, I don't know, I keep backing out. That, like, do I keep this? Because this could be a dream artifact in the future for some particular ass character. I guess because of the fact that I have this 4-liner. I mean, this one started with higher rolls than this, mind you. But I have this. I have this, which is a 3-liner, but already rolled well. I have this, which is a 4-liner, but has attack percent if I don't need the ER. I have this, which is a 4-liner that rolled pretty well and has high roll values. So, like, and this would obviously only ever be an off piece. So I think I'm safe to throw this away, is my answer. But otherwise, it would have been a consideration to keep. Or do I throw this piece of garbage away? I basically never use this. Maybe I throw this away and I keep this. It's like I've never found a reason to use this. And as far as like an off piece, as an onset, as far as an off piece goes, this is a better off piece, right? And I don't think I'm going to re-roll this. You know, I'm fine with that logic for now. And maybe at some point I'm going to be like, why did I ever keep this? I'm going to throw this away. And then I'll just be net negative, but it'll probably be fine. Anyways, freaking 3 flat depth rolls. Alright. Favorite reaction is burning. Yeah. I think the burning reaction is one of the... It's definitely the most underrated reaction in the game as far as doing fun things with it. Yeah, the live stream on ×2 speed. Wow, interesting. I guess that means I speak slow enough that you can understand me at ×2. So yeah, I don't know. The reroll feathers, yeah, really up with things. Anywho's, unless people, no, I was gonna say, unless you seem interested in me doing a Hollow Zero run quick, which I would do, but I think I'm worn out. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I got some stuff I can work on, so. Burning is the first ender reaction too. I mean, yes, technically, that is true. Oh boy, I'm yawning. I got plenty of sleep. I don't know why I'm yawning. That's weird. Is there a KQM but for Zenless? That's a good question. I don't think so. I don't think so. Pride win? Pride Win's Zenless page seems to be managed by... I mean, they've improved some things about it. And, like, it's been useful in a couple specific, very specific ways, but I would not compare Pride Win for Zenless as anything close to what KQM is for Genshin. Seems to be managed by ChatGPT, yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Anyways. Well, I don't know if I'll do another live stream specifically trying dire mode with Dehya, but I will be continuing to try. Because again, I wanna try to like open the video with here's a dire mode. Would you believe that Dehya, non-C4 Dehya, can clear dire difficulty? Well, here you be. And I'll be like, this took like 8 hours. So probably don't do this yourself unless you have a highly invested Dehya. And also it still had C2 for you, which probably matters. Almost definitely matters. How much does it matter? I don't know because I can't test it. But then I'll go into the nuances of the team and how it is a pretty compelling team. It should be a pretty compelling team at lower investment levels. But anyways. Menless Zone Zero. Yeah, Menless Zone Zero, the game that has released more male characters than Genshin. Yep. Not more total, I should say, but like more total in the last year, not counting the launch characters. Like, I'm sorry, the joke that Zenless doesn't have male characters is hilarious. Just because it doesn't have the male characters that you want doesn't mean they don't release male characters. In terms of percentage, no, if we're talking total percentage, it's not really a freaking fair comparison. I'm saying in total characters released in the last year. For the 5 stars is usually what I said before, but but I don't know. Let's take non-5 stars. Should we count Monato? I don't know if we should count Monato. Monato's coming out the next whatever. I don't care. I don't give a shit. Anyways, point is, Zenless does have male characters, so like, cool story. And one of my favorite characters is Hugo. And I don't know. Genshin has a bigger failing in male characters in my mind, in that they don't make male character kits that I like. And there's not Zero. I don't hate Kanichas, but I can't say I like his kit. I refuse to say I like his kit. And Tignari's kit, I don't know, it's enjoyable, but I don't play him very often anymore. Sethos exists. He's great. He's like a solid 10 out of 10. But anyways. But yeah, when Hugo has been released, when Lighter has been released, when Panda has been released, Seth, Monato coming out. And Monato seems to have a more interesting kit than the S-rank character, just saying. I don't know. Anyways, his team can't work without Farina. Who can replace her? I know. I'm not joking. Columbina might literally just be a lot better than Farina in the Steam context in the future. I talked about it before, but we don't know what Columbina's kit looks like. I'm just hypothesizing. But and even without needing healing, if Columbina is better than Farina here, Chevers will still probably be better than Bennett, right? It'll just make it way easier to play. Your dad said if he had games like Zenless when he was my age, he would never go outside. Oh, that is really funny. But anyways, I don't know. I think the men in Zenless are pretty good. And the men in Genshin tend to be meh. I don't know. I don't know what it is about like how they design male character kits in Genshin. They tend to be just meh. Like ye olde whatever, like male kits aren't allowed to be off-fielders kind of problem. Is that still pretty much true? We have Dahlia. Here's one. No, you are an on-fielder. You're an off-fielder. Okay, I mean there's 2 4-star off-fielders. I guess maybe it's 5 stars. Well, you're an on-fielder. You're an on-fielder. You're an on-fielder. You're an on-fielder, on-fielder, on-fielder. On-fielder. You're a support. So we have 3 4-stars males who are allowed to be off-field and support. You're an on-fielder. Yeah. That's probably my main problem, realistically. You're technically an off-field. You're like arguably, I think, the only. I mean, you and Venti, I guess, but and you, I guess. You are a support as well.
Osmanthus.
But I can't say I care for either of their kits that strongly. Yeah, so anyways, that's my vibe. They haven't made compelling 5-star male characters that I tend to care about. And Flynn's is the same category, I'm sorry. I just like don't find his kit. They took Varessa and made him and made her less interesting gameplay wise. Like, I'm sorry. That's my vibe on Flynn's kit. I'm sure I'm going to enjoy him on Polearms only, mind you. I think I will enjoy him. I tend to enjoy Electro DPSs. But I think he's going to feel like Varessa, but less interesting to play. Like, I don't know what to tell you. So, yep. Yeah, that's my vibe. I don't know. Anywho's, and then they have a kit like in Zenless. I mean, like on a supportive level, someone like Seth is super interesting, and like I don't know, Zenless does a really good job at making most of the characters in the game, even if they're units that are relevant for a supportive level. Zenless is just designed in a way where characters you swap around a lot, right? So like Lighter as an example is a support, but you actively have to think about how you're using Lighter and like parrying into him, and like you feel like you're using Lighter a lot. You don't feel like Lighter has no presence in the team. In fact, I think there's only really one character in the entire game that feels like they have no presence actively when you're using them. That's Astra, and she has presence, but she's just singing in the background. Was not a male. So anyways, missed Baiju. Yeah, sorry. Again, Baiju doesn't have a very compelling kit, even for a male 5-star. I have nitpicks to pick about. I have bones to pick, not nitpicks to pick. Bones to nitpick about how they designed Baiju's kit, because they were so scared. They're so scared of releasing someone that could be situationally better than Nahida. So they designed Baiju the way they did. That's my vibe on Baiju's kit, right? They were really, really freaking scared of making someone a 5-star character, a 5-star Dendro support that could at all encroach on Nahida's territory. And then LMAO, Genshin 6.0 happens shortly. Like, yeah, like a year and a half, 2 years late, whatever. Wait, how long? When did Baiju come out? 5/2/2023. Yeah, it's like 2 years. 2 years and like 3 months later, they just released Nahida Power Creep anyways. Like, basically direct Nahida Power Creep. I'm sorry, that's what Llama is. That's basically what she is. So, anyways. They're already rare that when they get released, they get them as on-fielders to appease those who want to simp on the males. I mean, yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think it's a problem of Genshin's fundamental design and that, and like, yeah, I don't disagree that is a potential explanation, but I don't know. It just feels to me like like Genshin has a more feminine presence than Zenless, regardless of like the ratios of things, and it has to do with the kits and fundamental character design and how relevant it is to use certain characters, and how compelling their kits can be, and like optimization you can have. So I don't know. Hugo has one of the coolest kit ideas, and I think he's a little bit undertuned damage wise, but that doesn't really matter. I don't really have a problem with it. So anyways. Lighter's your favorite character in Zenless' his kit is so fun. Yeah, like the on Genshin terms, for anyone unawares, like it's like if they designed a support. That's really hard to explain later, honestly, because Lighter kind of uses a lot of fundamental Zenless mechanics. Honestly, it sounds stupid, but it's like take the supportive utility from Raiden with like buffing bursts, right? Where I'm coming from is that bursts use energy, right? Lighter needs you to use energy to get his buff out properly. So it's kind of like that, but way better. It's like you take the buffing aspect of Raiden's kit, but make it way better and way more fun. Anyways. ZZZ is new. I'll see after 2 years that they keep that up. Yeah, but my point is, like, I don't I don't think the like fundamental difference between the percentage of males versus females matters. I think it matters how they design the characters and how compelling the characters are. So, anyways, I don't disagree that it'd be cool if they release more males, but it's just a vibe that I've gotten. They're just replacing our carries instead of giving us supports for full male team. Rip. Llama's gonna power creep. Nah, hit it. Yeah, pretty much. There's there is niche situations where Nahida will still be fine, and like probably maybe asterisk, hopefully, probably better than Lauma. But if you have Lauma, you could probably like use Llama with that character, and then you just put in Hydro to the team, and then she's better. Anyways, like it would make for a better team than having Nahida, but like Nahida in the specific restriction of like not having Hydro with Dendro, so just Electro specifically. Like quick in context, Nahida can theoretically still be better in limited context than Llama, and if you have C2 Nahida, those contexts are more common. Not to an incredible degree, though, necessarily. But, like, I don't know. If I end up getting Lauma on my main account, one of the things I'll be testing is if Lauma C0 is better than my C2 Nahida. In, like, just swap them out. Just swap them for each other. Lauma versus C2 Nahida. Does Lauma perform better than a C2 Nahida when there is Hydro? Because that's the main restriction that Lauma's kid has, is for her to actually be better than Nahida, you do have to have Hydro. So, anyways, all the men want Sunday. All the men want Sunday. Anyways, I don't know. All Hoyover's games are kind of bad at releasing males, and I don't know. I just think it's really funny for a Genshin player to be like, Zenless is so terrible at releasing male characters. Meanwhile, me who actually plays Zenless feels like I get more enjoyable male characters more often in Zenless than I do in Genshin. So, I don't know. That's all my vibe is. I don't know, every time they release a male character, like I'm not very optimistic about Varka. I'm sorry. I'm assuming he's gonna be a main DPS. I'd be very down with him not just being a main DPS because like he's commander or whatever, he's the leader of the thing. He doesn't go in the field. Like I think he'd be fine, but people would riot if he was a support. So you know what I want? I want Varka to be hybrid support main DPS. Although the last time they did that, we got this whack job, and I would not even call her that much of a hybrid. But you know, I don't know. Maybe Varka can be something like that. If Varka is something like Moika, but Animo, that could be cool. I guess. It would make him probably more compelling to me than if he was just, you know, Wanderer Pro Max. So, we'll see. We'll see. Like, remember, as far as Animo DPS goes, he's competing with Lanyon to me. Like, that is a problem Varka has for me. Assuming he's main DPS, he is competing with Lanyon. Like, the difference is he's probably an Animo DPS that will actually function in Stygian Onslaught. And, like, presumably when they release Varka, assuming he is main DPS, and they have the Stygian, they'll have a new boss they introduce for Varka that hard shills needing Animo damage, like, if he is an Animo damage dealer. Because honestly, like, one of the problems that Animo DPSs have had is that there's never really been a real need to have an Animo DPS. Because, like as a main DPS, like, if you need Animo in a team, you can just bring an Animo support. That's still the state of the game currently. But they could easily design a boss that has some hyper-ass restrictive mechanics that's like, no, you need basically constant Animo damage. Like, they could do the freaking Cryo boss, but Animo hits, right? But honestly, in that case, Lanyon might be pretty good there. So, I don't know. Anyways, I'd be fine with that. I don't know. Would I be fine with that? It'd be kind of ass in some ways because there's not that many compelling ways to do raw animo damage, but it depends on how exactly it functions. So it depends on the mechanics at the end of the day. But mark my words, if Varka is intended to be an animo damage dealer, like he's mostly doing animo damage, they're gonna release a boss, in particular for Stygian, that will require animo DPSing in some form. They shield animo damage. My hybrid Eve is ready and waiting. Yeah, let's go. Hopefully. I imagine if they do release that boss, Lanyan and Eve will probably work pretty well at fearless difficulty. Dire difficulties is dire difficulty. But anyways. Also, Farazan's going to be his best support. At the very least, C4 gene will be functional with him. Like, hey, maybe one of his better teams will be C4 gene Farina. That'd be such a boring team. I'm sorry. C4, it's just the best Varka team is just C4 gene Farina and Farazan. Oh, that'd be really boring. I hope not. I hope it's more interesting than that. But ultimately, his like requirements for how you have to use them on field will matter too. But we shall see. But yeah, I don't know. Like, as much as I was ragging on Flynn's for just being Varesa but male and more boring gameplay wise, is from my understanding of his kit and from what we've seen. I still think he'll probably be one of the more enjoyable male DPSs to me. I've grown to like or Kanich, so I don't think I'll like playing Flynn's as much as I tend to enjoy playing Kanich usually. Like, and Kanich is usually engaging for me to optimize my play for, right? And I don't think I'll like him as much as Sethos, as far as Electro DPSs go. But I think I will enjoy him. I think I will enjoy Flynn's much more than I have enjoyed Wander, Linny, Risley in the past. It'll probably be as, like, actually, yeah, Sino's a good comparison. I think Flynn's will be about as enjoyable as Sino is to me, with the difference is that he does 20-25 DPS. So, yeah. Make Varka with a seed kit. Honestly, I like that idea. What does that kit look like? If Varka has a seed kit where he buffs another DPS, what if Varka has like quick assist in its kit? Like he does like a Zenless quick assist where he pops up a button. They could do that. There's no reason they couldn't do that. Where like Varka causes, like, when you use other character skills, as long as Varka has energy, it will trigger a quick assist prompt to press on screen, which will go away after 2 seconds or 3 seconds or something. And if you press that prompt, he will consume energy, he will suddenly appear on field, and wham, slam onto the enemy. Chiori does a quick assist, yeah, kind of. So I'd be very down with that. I'd be very down with a seed style kit with Varka, and then like he gives a buff based on you doing that. I'd argue Farazan's existence really limits the creative potential of future anima DPSs that rely on raw anima damage. Yeah, I agree. That's why Chaska. That's why the one anima 5-star DPS we have gotten. Is she the only anima 5-star DPS we have gotten other than Wanderer since Farazan? I think so. But she's not an anima DPS. Is my point, right? Like, yeah, she. Like, we have not gotten an actual anima DPS since Farazan. I agree, because, yeah, I absolutely agree. Shao was not after Farazan. I said after Farazan. Farazan and Wanderer were together. We have not gotten a real anima DPS that, other than Lanyan. And I think Lanyan was one of the best ways to do it, even if it wasn't that intentional. So, and that, sure. Not a Lynette hater, I just, DPS Lynette is kind of meh. Unfortunately, she suffers from free character syndrome and doesn't have very good multipliers. I run plunge in it, yeah, it's functional-ish. But
I don't know. So I'm of the opinion that if you have to plunge, you're not that character doesn't have an inbuilt way to actually do real damage if you have to do plunge. And honestly, by 2025, team standard numbers, C0 plunge DPSing isn't really usually enough at a baseline. But it is the main way to make DPS limit okage. Same kind of goes for Geo. Yeah, I agree. I think raw Geo damage DPSing and whatever, like they did a good job with Navia, but honestly, what do they do with a Geo DPS post Navia? They just make Navia but stronger. Like they could have a different gameplay gimmick, to be clear to them. That has a different feel to play. That's fine, but you know. Yeah. So, anyways, Jaska's not an actual anime DPS, but she's the only 5-star anime character that has been released. And it would not surprise me if Varka was a similar gimmick to Jaska, but done in a different way. Like I'd be very down with that, mind you. Like I'd be very down if Varka was the anime DPS that I wanted Jaska to be, where you can specifically control and design very different teams around like what infusion you get. So like you press E on Varka and you get a Hydro infusion, and now he's a Hydro DPS, right? For the entire rotation. Like it's not this weird RNG choose elements based on what's in the team thing that Chaska does. So I'd be down with a Chaska-esque variant for Varka. I'd be down with him not being an animo DPS. I just think it's very possible he is just an animo DPS. But we'll see. So anyways, why have I been yapping so long? I need to go take a break. Okay. So goodbye YouTube. I'm gonna go raid someone, I guess, on Twitch. It was a good stream. Maybe we'll stream tomorrow, maybe we won't. Depends on what I feel like I want to do for my PC. I would really like to get my new PC up and running before the collab on Wednesday. So collab is Wednesday. If I don't stream tomorrow, we'll be having a stream on Wednesday. I think it'll be mostly normal-ish time for me. The Wednesday stream will start a little bit before the collab time. Because one of the rules this time around is clearing on the day of in your current Abyss, like with the cards and whatever. And I will say, I will give a teaser. This is not that like the teams I have chosen are not that hard. Like I think there's a very good chance that Jeff clears like nearly first try with the teams I have chosen. But there is one really awkward thing with the teams I have chosen in that if the Abyss cards happen to be really, really terrible, I might not actually be able to clear on the day of. Like I need Abyss cards, but I can't really think right now of what the Abyss cards could be that would make it impossible for me to clear. Like, because Abyss cards are always like the team does damage in a way that like I'm pretty sure the Abyss cards will have to be something that is functional for being able to clear. But I went and tested how the team performs without any buffs from the Abyss cards, and because of the cactus mechanic specifically, the team can't get through the cactus shield as far as I can tell, or not without a nightmarish amount of optimization at least. It can't get through the cactus without some buffs, which is really funny. So it'll be a little interesting. I might have to come up with something on the fly and be like, merm, I can't actually clear anymore because the buffs are garbage. But like, I was able to clear with kind of bad buffs. But still had to use some buffs. So, I don't know. Anyways, we'll see. Animo Razor with infusion. Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd be down with that. So, anywho's, it was a good stream. Have a good day, YouTubes. Twitch, hold on, we'll raid someone. Bye.